my worry mind. Layla, got me on my knees, Layla. Hanging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worry mind? Layla, got me on my knees, Layla. Begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worry now? Layla, got me on my knees, Layla. Begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worry mind? Thank you.
Quel ponteggio girato.
It's a Friday, we finally made it. I can't believe I get to see your face. You've been working, and I've been waiting to pick you up and take you from this place. Love on the weekend, love on the weekend, like only we can, like only we can. Love on the weekend, love on the weekend. I'm coming up and I'm loving every minute of it. You be the DJ, I'll be the driver. You put your feet up in the getaway car. I'm flying fast like a wanted man. I want you, baby, like you can't understand. Oh, love on the weekend, love on the weekend. We found a message in a bottle we were drinking. Love on the weekend, love on the weekend.
All right, welcome everyone. Good morning. I'm Anton Hellström, and I'm a student here at GGS. And I'd like to introduce you all to the thing we've been waiting for, the real deal, the presentations of our projects. First, I'd like to welcome our panel of academics. So we have Amanda Sandelin, doctoral researcher at the University of Helsinki in Brain Repair Research Group focused on Parkinson's disease. Then we have Saga Rosenström, PhD researcher in sociology at the University of Helsinki, researching asylum reception. And then Barbara Chakova, PhD researcher in archaeology at the University of Oxford, specializing in Viking burial practices. Please do check out more of all the academics and their research in the conference booklet. All right, well, without further ado, I would like to welcome Peikfederali Finland to come present.
Okay, hello. My name is Peik Federli, and today I'm presenting about the Srebrenica massacre. Okay, so I'll give you guys a little short summary about the Srebrenica massacre. So, for those who are unfamiliar with this event. It took place between the 5th and 21st of July in 1995 in eastern Bosnia in the town of Srebrenica, which you can see on the screen at the red star. This targeted Bosnian Muslims who are called Bosniaks, and it claimed almost 8,000 victims. The aggressors for this genocide was the Bosnian Serbian Republic, Republika Srpska, where the most eminent characters were Ratko Mladic. But there was several other parties responsible for this massacre. So to get a further understanding about this, I'll give you a bit more background. So this all happened during the Yugoslavian wars, and this war was the Bosnian War. So the cause for this war were ethnic tension in the federation in Yugoslavia, which led to the breakup of Yugoslavia, where many of the nations declared independence from Yugoslavia that led to Serbia declaring war on these nations, which later caused these horrible events to occur. So, this breakup started with Croatia and Slovenia in 1991, when they wanted to break up from Yugoslavia because of the economic disadvantage they had from being a part of Yugoslavia and the rising nationalism that was advocated by the Serbian politicians. This created an unsafe environment, which eventually led up to them declaring independence. And of course, Serbia, as the biggest nation in Yugoslavia, who were like the formers of Yugoslavia, didn't want to let them go that easily. So they decided to declare war on Croatia and Slovenia. But these wars were pretty short-lived. They were solved very early on. But Bosnia, on the other hand, in 1992, was more unfortunate. So, Republika Srpska, the Bosnian Serbian nation, in the Serbian borders, which you can see, the more light gray areas inside of Bosnia. It was an extremely nationalistic nation which represented very radical ideas. This led to a war in Bosnia that eventually led up to the Srebrenica massacre. So here is my work about the Srebrenica massacre. It's called Tensions to Genocide in Srebrenica. It is a study about ethnic hate in former Yugoslavia. So, my purpose and the limitations, what makes my work unique to others. So, I explore how did the ethnic hate start in Yugoslavia? Why did this unsafe environment for other nations start? So, I decided to analyze the strategies of extreme nationalistic politicians in Yugoslavia, such as Slobodan Milosevic. How was it possible to rule out orders to kill so many people? Which former tensions were there between ethnicities? And how power plays a part in the massacre. So, in my conclusion, I have stated that the tensions have roots all the way to 1918, which many of you may know is the end of World War I. So, as many of you know, World War I, the starting point is the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, which was ruled out by the extremely nationalistic group, the Black Hand, which was a Serbian group. Now, at the end of the World War I, Serbia was kind of rewarded with the state of Yugoslavia. They were given like the greater Serbia. But this wasn't really okay to the other people that were living in that area of Yugoslavia, such as Croats, Bosnians, and many others. So it created, like they weren't consenting to be a part of this federation. So, yeah, that is why the hate has its roots to the forming of Yugoslavia. So, why did it culminate to the 1995? Well, this, of course, because of the suppressing of nationalistic thoughts during the time period of 1945 to 1980. And this was when Tito, the communistic dictator, ruled over Yugoslavia. He didn't allow any kind of tensions to be brought up in Yugoslavia. And that is why in kind of 1990, 1980, there was these new ideas of more nationalism within Yugoslavia that were like underlying during this time period of 1945 to 1980. And last, and maybe the biggest part, was exploiting the nationalism and power that were given to the extreme Serbian politicians. So, for example, the Sanu Memorandum in 1986 where Serbia victimized themselves into thinking like they have been the victim for Yugoslavia, and these thoughts of becoming more powerful in the federation and centralizing power to Serbia and not within the federations that Tito had done. And my second point, segregation of the ethnic groups. This was a tool to increase power for Serbian politicians. So that included a lot of religious propaganda and such things. And last but not least, disinformation about the newly formed nations, which formed hate and resentment within different ethnic groups. This included that, for example, when Croatia and Bosnia and Slovenia declared independence, very quickly disinformation from very radical politicians spread that they are prosecuting ethnic Serbs within their nations. But this was false. But it was enough to make Serbian people mad and being okay with ruling out the Bosnian War. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Bake. So we have a couple questions from the academics. So who would like to go first?
Hi, thank you for a very interesting presentation. My first question would be, what was the source material you used for your research? And how did you go about analyzing it?
So I used mostly sources that were recommended from my teachers in this course. So mostly by my history teacher, many trusted websites that he recommended was very helpful in this. And some website I found myself, which I did thorough research that the people that wrote this are not in any way politically gaining from writing that information. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Hear me? No. Thank you. I think you very effectively proved that any research that looks into society will be depressing. I would like to know if you have any ideas of how to make this research broader. How can you look at other things than just literature studies? Can you in any way increase the material used? Have you thought of interviews or museum material, these sort of things?
Yeah, do you mean material from this certain time period? Yeah, you can. Was your question if you could analyze those? Yeah, I think you could do that. Or did I understand your question?
Yeah, I'm asking if you have dreams of increasing the scope of this research. Do you want to continue with this?
I mean, yeah, I'm writing history, so there's a lot of like analysis about different materials from time periods that are in question. I don't think I will really dive deeper into this subject, but yeah.
Is this on? Nice. Thank you for your presentation, and also really well done on having like the really tough job to open as the first presenter, and with like this really sensitive and quite emotive topic. Like it's within the lifetime of a lot of people who are here. So you're dealing with something that is kind of like still a very active and painful history to a lot of people. So you know, well done on tackling such a tough topic and having the courage to stand up in front of people to talk about it. My question would be, I think, have you thought about kind of looking into kind of the more historic reasons of that conflict? So you say that that you can trace the tensions back to 1918. Have you thought about kind of looking at the kind of deeper context of how that then continued into the present? So like, you know, because nothing happens in a vacuum, so why were the tensions there already to be built up afterwards?
Yeah, I'm sure there's like a lot like way back in the history. I did read something about the politicians using like Prince Lazar, which is like a very old Serbian historic icon, to how do you say it, like push forward nationalism in Serbia. So I mean, yeah, there's a lot of factors that led up to this. I really just had to delimit myself to this time period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peik. Up next, we have Adrian Young-Lalick, Carl Philip Hammersborg, and Gustas Verksnus from Sweden.
Hallo? Hallo?
Ja.
Hallo?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carl Philip Hammersborg, and I'm here with Adrian Young-Lalick
Hello.
and Gustas Verksnus. And we come all the way here from Tibble Campus Täby, Sweden, to present to you the slipstream effect that we found in tunnels, or should I say the increased slipstream effect. Now, the slipstream effect is a physical phenomenon where an object that is moving at a high velocity travels through the air or a fluid, and the fluid travels over the object and crashes behind it, creating a low pressurized zone. This low pressurized zone, if one would travel through it, offers less resistance, which makes for more sufficient travel.
Yes, and in our project we use the slipstream to increase efficiency for the following cars in a tunnel. So the first car has a slipstream that creates flow in the tunnel that makes the air go at the same direction as the cars, which means that the second car is hitting the air at a slower speed than the first one. It's a good visualization is when a car drives over some loose leaves or some debris on the ground. They get dragged with the car and follow the car. In a tunnel, our thesis is that when you enclose that space, the leaves in the tunnel, for the example, will go faster and further behind the first car.
Now, how we try to prove this, or how we try to find it, was with an experiment that was divided into two parts, phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 consisted of a plastic tube, a paper cup that is flush with the pipe, and a string and some smoke.
Yeah, and we did a phase 1 just to prove that the slipstream or an airflow will be created when you pull the cup through the pipe. And by doing that, we compared just putting a cup and smoke and pulling the cup. The smoke moved a little, but decreased really fast. But when the cup was pulled through the pipe, smoke followed almost all the way through, which means that the slipstream effect can be reached a lot farther away, because a slipstream, when bikers or race car drivers use it, they have to be really close up, and that's not good in everyday traffic. But when you use it in a tunnel, the phase 1 test proved that you can be a lot farther away in a safe distance and still get a good effect.
Exactly.
The other phase consisted of a smaller, a scaled-down version of lorries, which it could have been any example, but we picked lorries, and a tunnel and not a tunnel. These lorries were placed in rows of 2 and then dragged through a tunnel and open airspace.
What's the key point about the phase 2 is that it's realistic proportions. The relationship between the frontal area of the trucks and the tunnel are realistic to when a real-life lorry goes through a real tunnel. And also an important factor is that one side has the tunnel, one side doesn't have the tunnel. So when you drag the miniature lorries through, you'll see the changes in the smoke movement. Now, to the exciting part. This is, there should be a video here. There we go. If it plays. This is when we actually ran it. And
we can see on the bottom the tunnel, and on the top it's without the tunnel.
There should be something happening, but as you can see, the smoke is in the beginning. When we pull them through the part that's in the tunnel, the smoke is gonna follow it and move through the tunnel. I don't know if we can actually play the video, but it's like, yes. We can go to the next slide. Yes, you can see in the right picture, this is just still frames from that same video. It's sorry to see you can't see the actual movement, but you see the timestamps of how the smoke moves through. And the impressive thing is that 7 seconds after, or 6 seconds after the cars have left the tunnel, the air is still moving through the tunnel, which is impressive. And on the left, we have a graph showing the speed of the cars, and below that, the speed of the smoke. And we found that, on average, the smoke can hold 17% of the car's velocity, which is pretty good and important, because the main source of resistance when you're driving a car is air resistance at highway speeds. So any attempt to lower the airspeed is going to be crucial to saving energy.
Now, for real-life applications, we decided to test if we could make this much, if we could profit from this in emission savings. And in comparison, we chose the cost of building a tunnel, which is 5,100,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide. We found that if we, in a perfect world where everything goes as it's supposed to do, we would save up this carbon dioxide in about 3 years and 20 days.
Yes,
But
and this is counting that every single car is using this effect, but that's not how it actually is. The first cars in, say, rush hour traffic have to start to move the air, and they actually have more resistance than a car outside of the tunnel because of the confined space. The air can't move around the car as it wants to, so that increases the air resistance in the beginning, but the next cars have slower air to move through, which in the end increases efficiency.
So to be more realistic, we choose to do every third car, which gave us the numbers of 9 years and 60 days to match the emissions of building one tunnel.
And we think that's conservative. You need to do more research about when cars drive and how many cars follow another car in a tunnel, but we think it's more like that every other car gets to use this effect throughout the whole day. And at the same time, after another 9 years, you're gonna save 5 million kilograms of carbon dioxide. And after 20 years, that's after 20 years, and after 30 years, you're gonna save 10 million kilograms of carbon dioxide. So we think that if someone is debating on building a road or a tunnel, using our effect, you should build a tunnel and save the environment. But future studies.
Yes, for future studies, there's many factors we didn't include in this study. For example, if the cars that are started in the morning give out more pollution rather than the cars that have been warmed, and we choose to calculate this in the perfect world where there's minimum emissions compared to the ones started in the morning. So in future studies we would like to include this factor, but also factors like shapes and sizes of the tunnels. And of course the last scale test of having a full size.
Yes, the last point is just to actually go into a tunnel. We did not have the opportunity to do this, but to go into a tunnel and have a measuring device measuring the flow of air, and you would get pretty concise answers. In shape of size of tunnels, maybe you could either make the tunnel more streamlined to encourage air to move, or you could flare the edges and utilize Bernoulli's principle or something. I think that's about.
Thank you for us.
Thank you very much. Hold on.
Men du tar den här.
Thank you. Very interesting experimental setup. My question is about, so you did your experiments so that you have one leading vehicle and then one following?
Yes, it's to create the slipstream effect.
Yes. Have you considered how the following cars after the second car are affected, and does the principle apply for several cars to come as well?
Definitely. That's even more advantageous actually. The more cars that go through, the better the effect. Because every car is contributing to the air moving a little bit more, but I don't think that, there's probably a curve where it's gonna balance itself out. It's not gonna get better and better with the infinite amount of cars. It's gonna find a steady airflow, and so it's gonna be better with even more cars. Yeah.
Thank you for your visuals, especially. They were really good at explaining, also for us social scientists. I have some questions just to also make me up to speed with this. How is it with, say, tunnels that have increase and hilly hilly tunnels, or tunnels that curve, or tunnels with two-way streets? Would this work there also?
That's a good point actually. I think for the turns and hills, the most important part is that it's an enclosed system. Maybe it would increase a little bit, but it's interesting that you mentioned two-way traffic. That would definitely not work, because they're fighting each other, canceling out the effect.
Thank you. That was really good visuals. That was really, really interesting. I have a lot of questions actually, but I'll try and limit it to two. It's really cool. Cars are really cool, so it's really, really nice. And I was wondering with your calculations whether you looked at average. Average emissions of cars, because in different parts of the world you're going to have different ages of cars which are more or less efficient.
Finland is known to have really old cars.
Yeah. Personally, I dream of having a Lada one day, but that's irrelevant. Anyway, but so with the calculations, how does that impact, and what is the kind of global application of this kind of thing based on different efficiencies of cars in different places. And the other question is, so this is a kind of like trying to make the environment better, but how do you see the kind of environmental impact of making all of these tunnels, and how does that impact on habitats? How does it impact on, I mean, I guess it would be, you know, there would be less roadkill, for example, if animals are able to go over the top, but you are still digging through large amounts of land, the work associated with doing that, where are you putting the material that you are digging out? So have you thought about these kinds of like, not direct environmental impacts, but secondary ones?
Yeah, we took that to acknowledgement when making the tests. I think the important part of this experiment was acknowledging that there is a phenomenon that's happening, and the exact numbers aren't that important for us because we don't even know that much, but I think you can use it in a lot of places. I know, like electric cars, if you have less resistance, you can have a longer range. So it's not just about the environment with the carbon emission. It's both to increase distance and to maybe optimize navigation apps. And with the tunnels, there's a lot of things. We talked about the privileges of having tunnels to stop rain, because when it's raining, the air is denser, or the movement from the air. So when you have a tunnel, you don't have to have the rain resistance, which is much greater. So the tunnels have a lot of different privileges. But our project was more about the slipstream effect and the small changes, and that's a fact you can use to prioritize tunnels to other things.
Yes. And we did, when we calculated the years, we used the European average for a new car, which is, I think, 110 grams per kilometer. So that's also generous, because it's new cars. Most cars aren't that efficient. Yeah.
Thank you, and like really great vision, and I can see that this is something that you guys are very talented in.
Thank you.
I just want to go back real quick to your question about whether it is more optimal in an uphill tunnel. There has actually been a study about it, and it's proven that with the gravity's help, it is more efficient to have a tunnel that is traveling upward rather than downward. So yeah, it's more efficient to have it in uphill.
Cool. Thank you. Great.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much for that. Next up, we have Laura Trautmane from Latvia.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. And I would like to start off this presentation by telling how did I come to this topic. I have always been interested in art, and more recently I have also took interest in psychology. So when I went to my mentor Gundaga Cimja and asked her about it, we had a brainstorm, and she gave me a suggestion that art therapy is a thing that combines both of these things. So that is what I choose to research. And why is this topic even relevant to today's societies? Because art therapy is an innovative, person-centered tool in the treatment of psychological diseases and an effective way to stimulate creativity, develop emotional intelligence, promote social skills, and emotional well-being. And the aim of my work is to study the importance of art therapy in the treatment of mental illness. And another really important part for my research was the integration of art therapy principles in the school environment. But to get to the goal, I had some work assignments to do. First, I had to do the research on fine art. Then I also researched the diversity of psychological diseases, and of course, art therapy. But another really important part of my research work was to get personal experience in art therapy, which I did by participating in an art therapy-based workshop. And to get a professional viewpoint on this topic, I also interviewed a certified art therapist, Laura Dinelane, who gave me a really great view on this topic. But most importantly, it was very important for me to integrate art therapy principles and techniques into the school environment and to conduct an experiment. This is a quote from my interview with Laura Dinelane, which shows the core of art therapy. It's a misconception that if you draw a house, the art therapist says that it means this and that, but actually not the product that the client makes is the most important, but the process. Because the art therapist asks the patient, what does this mean for you, and why did you draw it this way or another way? And the most important part is the process, not the result of the artwork. As I mentioned before, it was really important for me to put art therapy principles into our school, which I did. In Jurmala State Gymnasium, a cardboard tent was set up where students and teachers got to draw on not only on the walls of this tent, but also on the desks that were also made of cardboard. And here I have a little sample of the whole room, which, if someone's interested, you can come later and see it closely. But yeah, there were various activities available in this tent. But it's important to add that the students and teachers that wanted to participate, they didn't have to always follow the rules of the tasks, but they could just freely draw and express themselves creatively without any rules, just to get their mind off of the rush of everyday life. So what were the results? On the first day that the stand was set up, students were very cautious of it, because in our daily lives, we aren't allowed to draw on walls or desks. But even in this safe space that they could do it, they were still not quite sure what to do. But just the next day, the walls of this room already started to fill with different kinds of artworks. And it was possible to observe how much influence students have from pop culture, because a lot of the drawings were based on popular games, apps, quotes, characters, and even catering establishments. But this was also a way to express their political views, because these manifestations indicate how much impact the students have from even global problems. However, there were also just simple and nice messages between students, like declarations of love or friendship, and even the honoring of the school's name and anthem. I also conducted an experiment where I asked 7 students from the 12th grade, which some of them are also here with us today, to participate in a workshop that I led. I asked them to choose one of the tasks that were provided and to take their own take on it. And after they were done with their artworks, I led a discussion where at first I asked the other students to comment on another person's work, but the most important thing was that it was done without judgment. And then also the author of the work could tell the others about what they meant, what it means for them. And this was interesting because to each has their own meaning of their own work with other works. And after the workshop, I of course asked reviews from these students. And here are just a few of them. When I entered the room, I felt a different atmosphere. Somehow I felt now positively more enclosed than in a normal school hallway. I could express my emotions in an artistic way and not be judged by what I created. Another student says, the time when you created this room and workshop is perfect, because I think that the scientific research work period depressed us all so much. It's all we think about. So this was a way to forget about everything around us and just draw to rest the mind. And the most important conclusion that I got from this research work is that students enjoy artistic expressions, and there is a need to bring these principles into the daily life of students, just for there to be a way to relax from the daily life. Because as we know, we all are always in a rush, we always have to do something, but sometimes it's just nice to sit down, draw something that comes to mind, and relax. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples of what the tasks on the walls and the desks were?
One of the tasks where I think there was was a spider web, where it was asked to draw a spider web and then something that's caught in it. And again, students can interpret this as they want. They just have a base, like a task to do, and they can draw whatever is trapped there, and they know what it means to them. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. So my question would be that now when you have a little bit experience here, like both with the kind of general workshop and the workshop you held, would you consider that it's the drawing process itself, like the creation of art, that is the beneficial part, or is it like also required that you have actually the discussion and self-reflection upon creating the art?
Thank you for your question. And I think that both of these aspects are art therapy, because yes, the process is really important, that you can just relax and not think about anything else around you and just be in the moment with your drawing utensil and just relax from the outer world. But also self-reflection and discussion is an important part, but I don't think it's always necessary. If you want to just relax, you can do that. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Is this working? Nice. Thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting, and also, like, you have a great confidence and a really great presentation style. It was very clear, so and very well structured. So congratulations on that. I have two questions. One is, are you planning to keep the arts that everybody made as some sort of kind of ongoing thing within the school? Because it's interesting, this kind of like part of like ephemeral architecture that you created. And the other question is, to what extent do you think there's a difference between the kind of very public setting that you had, where it was an open room, anybody can come in, teachers, students, so different power relations, versus the kind of closed workshop? Thank you.
So unfortunately, we had to take down the cardboard tent because it was taking up like half of our school's hallway. And yeah, that's why I also have a piece of it here. But I already talked with my mentor that suggested that this could actually become a bigger project, that we could also integrate it in other schools in our city, but that's still ongoing.
Do you think there's a difference between how people were expressing themselves in a more public setting in the open room, the tent, versus the closed workshop?
Yes. Thank you for your questions. And the biggest difference, I think, was that in the public setting, there were really more of these political views and pop culture references and jokes, and it's more like a social thing to communicate with pictures, with your drawings. But in the workshop, it was really more like you could see the students' inner world, like when they really explain what they mean by it, and you understand what they put into their work. It's really like with their soul, because the workshop was more really about the discussion and the reflection, but the tent was more of the just come here, draw and relax. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Else Pridotkaite, Augustina Skrivachenko, and Rokas Sapalas from Lithuania.
Okay, thank you. So today we will talk about phytoremediation in Lithuania. I am Elze, this is Augustinas, Rokas, and Emilis. So first of all, okay, this is the content. And first of all, phytoremediation in Lithuania. So there are about 12,000 contaminated and polluted places in Lithuania. That is according to the Geological Service of Lithuania. And they are mostly historical, like oiled fuel bases and oiled fuel bases, equipment yards, and so on. However, even today in these modern times, some companies, they do not care about the environment, and because of that, more and more places are still being polluted. So in 2014, a company, BioValla, was funded and created, and in 2021, they started research in project Fight to Climate. And their goal was to find and create a unique solution for the cleaning of contaminated soil and to create clean biofuel which fully complies with the principles of the circular economy. So the research was conducted in Šiauliai, in one of the oiled fuel bases, and in some places there, the permissible amount of oil was exceeded up to 35 times, which can, well, you can imagine how extreme the problem really is. And essentially they grew the plants, and I'm sorry. And their plan was to grow the grown plant biomass to be processed by pyrolysis, which is essentially burning it in a oxygen-free place at temperatures from 500 to 800 Celsius. And biofuels, biomethane, all those gases are obtained they are environmentally friendly, and most importantly, they do not require any new raw materials, which helps us to avoid unnecessary pollution.
So we tried this experiment ourselves, and we were using the plant wheat. So now I'm going to talk about what is wheat. And wheat is a cereal grain that is used to make food products, and it is one of the oldest grain cultivated grains, and it takes us back to thousands of years in the ancient civilizations, and it originated in the Middle East, but now it's worldwide, and it's being grown in diverse climates. So the wheat has 4 parts. The head, in the head there is grains that is being used to make food products. The stem, leaves and roots, and this plant can grow up to 122 centimeters.
So now a little bit about the economical station of wheat, about Lithuanian wheat export in our country. So in 2022, Lithuania exported 1.46 billion in wheat, making it the 14th largest exporter of wheat in the world. In the top positions of exporting is Australia, United States, Canada, France, Ukraine. Also before sanctions, it was Russia. And one of the most exported products in Lithuania. The main destination is Latvia, Kenya, Spain, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria. Yeah.
So the goal of this experiment was to identify which parts of the plant contain the highest concentration or amount of heavy metals, and what conditions make it easiest for the plants to absorb the metals. So next we will review our results. So firstly, my results. As we can see, before the experiment, the soil had high amounts of zinc and low amounts of copper and lead, a bit of lead. The stem had the most amounts of lead and the least amount of lead. The highest amount of lead was found in the stem, and as we can see, that the plant didn't absorb any copper.
Okay, so first of all, each student got 3 pots, and there were 3 seeds in each pot, and we had different, we grew them differently. So my plants, they had 7 hours of light every day. They were watered regularly 3 times per week with 40 milliliters of water, and they were grown in a box to ensure that they get the amount of light that they need to get. And they were grown in room temperature, which is 20 Celsius. So here we can see that actually it's pretty surprising, because the amount of metals in soil, they were not reduced, they actually went up, which is crazy, because we thought that phytoremediation will work, but looking at this, we can see that it doesn't, and perhaps that proves that 7 hours of light is too little for the plant to work and to actually get all of the metals from the ground, and perhaps it just releases them. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it doesn't have enough energy, or, perhaps I just lack chemistry. I don't know. Okay, so next.
Yeah, so my plant, I grew it with 13 hours of light in the room temperature, which is 20 Celsius, and my plant also were grown in a box. And I watered it 3 times per week with 35 milliliters of water. And as you can see, the zinc in soil increased, and the most absorbed part of the plant was the roots, and with copper is the same, also the roots and the copper and I'm sorry, the lead. The lead was the same, and copper wasn't absorbed well by the plant.
Yeah, so my result I think was the best, and my conditions was light 13 hours per day, room temperature 20 Celsius. They was here grown in a greenhouse and water 3 times per week, but with 40% less water. So we can see that the biggest concentration was of zinc in the stem, and it after before was 145. After it get lower to the 139. Then plumbum before was 24. After when wheat was grown was 4, and cuprum didn't change, and it was not absorbed well by the plant.
Okay, so I forgot to mention, but my plant was growing in a greenhouse where the temperature was 20 degrees, and it was getting watered 3 times per day. Yeah, 3 times per day. So, in conclusion, as we can see, the results vary from the how do I say? So they matter from the amount of sunlight, water, how long they were growing, and as you can see, they're very different, and I think they're quite realistic. So from our project, I think we can say that phytoremediation is true, it works, it removes heavy metals from our soil, and I think it's a very good way to cure our plant. Thank you.
Thank you. You have chosen a very interesting topic. I have several questions for you. Did you measure the metal contents of the watering water?
No, and that is actually what we plan to do next time, yeah? We talked about this when we had, visitors in Lithuania. We agreed that it is a problem, and next time when we do this experiment, we need to measure the amount of metals in the water because, it could be the case of why the metal in the soil was not reduced and it went up.
Yeah, and from what I understood, you had the best results or like the lowest concentration in the soil after less watering, right? Yes. So my second question is like, how did you measure the metal concentration?
We sent samples, and when the results came back, we just knew, I don't know, and we compared them.
Okay. Do you know how they were, do you know what method they used to measuring the metal concentration?
I can't hear you. A very hard biological work was done.
Okay. Yeah, I was also thinking that you have probably sent. Yeah, okay. I was thinking that, it would have been a pretty massive project if you would have done the measurements yourself. And I'll just end with a slight comment. It would be very good to include the units. So you presented the numbers, but can you maybe add now what's the unit of
there were milligrams per what? Per kilo? No. Hold on. Oh, it was. Well. Yeah, milligrams per kilograms.
Okay, thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you for your presentation. It's, yeah, really nice PowerPoint also. I agree with the units. It's always good to put units when you are presenting results just so that you don't get questions about them at the end. I know nothing about chemistry, so I think it's awesome that you guys are doing this kind of hands-on experimental work. I only have a question about, did you, when you were doing this experiment, think about like what other plants you could use for this process? Are there plants that would be more effective at pulling out heavy metals from the soil? And would maybe, if this was going to become like a bigger project like globally, how would you plan that for different environments? Because wheat is grown globally, but it's not always the best crop per region. So have you thought about these kinds of alternatives?
Yeah, so in this project, we had different countries, of course, Mr. Hendrik knows. And Lithuania, we had wheat. Swedish had sunflower. Yeah, we tried it with different plants. Different groups, different countries tried it with different plants because, of course, as you said, different regions, plants grow differently, and perhaps sunflowers in Sweden, they might not grow as well because of the, temperatures. Yeah, that needs to be considered, and we could try to try the experiment with more hyperaccumulator plants to see which one is the best, because I believe we tried it with 4. Yeah, we tried it with 4. We can try it with even more and see which ones give the best results. Is that it?
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have, hold on. Right, Lotte Trug from Estonia.
Good morning, dear listeners. My name is Lotte Trug. I study at Jaan Poska High School, and the topic of my practical work is regional dance in the embrace of the sea. My supervisor was Kaia Mägimets. So, the objectives of my work were to provide an overview of Estonian folk dance, its different types, and its basic steps. To create a stage folk dance for my folk dance group called Siuh ja Viuh, and to go to a competition with this dance. The structure of my practical work is divided into 3 main parts. The first being natural folk dance, where I talk about what are the differences between newer folk dance, older folk dance, and stage folk dance. So the main difference between older and newer folk dance is that at older times, the partners weren't allowed to be from the same gender. And boys and girls started to dance together only in the 19th century, when newer folk dance started to form. But the similarity is that both of these types do not have a specific author. So they are just passed down from generation to generation. Specific authors started to come in when stage folk dance started to form, and that was in the 20th century. So the second main part is principles of creating a dance description, where I talk about basic steps of Estonian folk dance and positions. Some of the basic steps are flat foot waltz step, and swing step. And some of the main positions are just holding hands with your partner or holding hands on your hips in a fist. And the third part is the practical part, where I talk about how my folk dance was created, what was the process, how the idea came, and how the performance went. It also concludes feedback from the jury members and dancers. So the idea of my dance came to be because my folk dance group is going to go apart next year, and I wanted to make a last dance for them. And I wanted it to be hard, so that they would be challenged. And soon you will see that dance too. So here are some drawings from my dance descriptions. On your left, partners are holding hands. They are standing in a circle, and they are facing counterclockwise. In the middle drawing, dancers are also holding hands, and they are facing the audience. And in the right drawing, the girl is standing in front of the guy, and they are facing outside of the circle. And in these drawings, the girl is always symbolized as the half circle, and the guy is the V shape. So now I will show you a little clip from my dance which the middle drawing has been made. Thank you. So in that clip, when the dancers were starting to come to the audience, they used the basic step of flat foot waltz step, and when the girls stood before the guy, they used the swing step. The results of my practical work were that I taught the dance in the Embrace of the Sea to my folk dance group. I started teaching it on the 4th of October 2023 and finished teaching it on January 6, 2024. Some comments from the feedback of my dances were that the dance was very hard, it was intense, but also beautiful, great and well thought out. At first the dancers said that it was hard to grasp the whole thing because it was fast and there were a lot of lifts that boys had to do, but later they started to get used to it. So we managed to go to a competition called Dance Olympics that took place in Tartu, and we got a second place with that dance. And I managed to collect feedback from the jury, and that said that they really liked the dance. And one of the jury members asked for the descriptions so that she could also teach this dance to her group. So the feedback was very positive. And when I started to analyze my mistakes and the things that I learned from this process, I realized that polishing and teaching a dance takes much more time than I initially thought. So when I have to recommend something, I would say that take more time for teaching and polishing the dance. And when teaching a dance, the teacher must have a very clear picture of the dance itself or what they are going to teach, because if you do not have a clear picture, then the dancers will get bored, you will lose their attention, and all will go bad. And you have to also take into account that everything doesn't fit well together in the first place, so you have to have quick thinking and come up with new ideas on the place. And during the creation of the dance, it would be wise to take notes, because otherwise you will, all your progress will go to waste. And also that making dance descriptions is really hard, because in Estonia we have a prescriptive way of making dance descriptions, and if you are not a professional, then you will not get it right the first time. I had to rewrite all my descriptions because I did them wrong. And now I will show you a longer clip from the dance, so enjoy. Oh, sorry, conclusion too. I created a dance called In the Embrace of the Sea. I evolved a lot during this process and gained new knowledge in choreography, but also human emotions, because I had to teach this dance to my own age, to my friends. I had to be a teacher to them, but also I had to be a friend and a dance partner to my partner. So yes, I had to motivate them as well. And for this dance, I combined my previous knowledge and research, and I got to be a teacher.
Vaatame kaugusest üksteise poole, mina ja meri, taevas ja maa.
Thank you for your attention. I'm open for questions now.
I'll just start. So we have our students reviewers who have also written questions for them. So I'll just start. So what is the most valuable experience that you gained in creating this dance?
I think that the most valuable lesson was that I studied how to make dance descriptions because how will others get to teach my dance if they do not have anything to teach this dance according to? So yeah, dance descriptions. Thank you for this question.
And I have one more. Folk dancing groups have names. Yours is called Tjuh ja Vjuh. Are there any rules or for choosing dance group names? How are they chosen?
Actually, there are not any rules because they come from the teachers themselves, or the dancers choose the group names and then they pass them down from generation to generation. So at first I was tantsujalad, which is directly translated to dance legs, and now I'm Tjuh ja Vjuh. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a beautiful dance, and congratulations to the second place. Can you speak shortly just about the paradox of creating a new dance that is in the style of tradition, which doesn't have a creator, and also maybe a bit of the relationship between the folk dance, folk dress, and nationalism?
Okay, thank you for this question. And the paradox of these dances that do not have authors, I think that they are just like passed down from generation to generation. And like this year we have the huge dance party in Estonia, and we are dancing these older folk dances that do not have authors, but then the new they start to develop these older dances further, and they add things. Usually these dances are not danced as they were created, so new people just start to develop them further, and yes, I hope that answered your question. And these folk dance costumes are really specifically regionally created. So in this video we actually didn't use our own region's clothes, because our region clothes are a little bit heavy and they wouldn't move that beautifully with this dance. So yes, these are like regionally created. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, and congrats on the second place, and also congratulations on the level of maturity and self-reflection that you have. It's clear from your conclusions that you really thought about your development as a teacher, and the way that you have kind of assessed yourself and the process is really, really good. So congratulations on that also. And I had a similar question with the costumes, because I saw the tablet woven band at the top of the PowerPoint, and being an archaeologist, it's like, oh, that's really cool, like old technologies that continue. And I was going to ask also, did the choice of costume impact on how you created the dance, or vice versa? But you answered this. So I wanted to ask then, you have this difference between dances that are passed down, and then you said about how they change when they go on the stage. Does it also change depending when it goes on the stage, because you have audience on one side? So does it change the performance or the creation of the dance, or are the dances different from the older ones to newer ones because of that difference, that you are now performing to an audience in one direction rather than people who might be around?
Yes, actually it is. Thank you for the question. Because at all the times, the people who danced, it wasn't like there wasn't a specific number. The dancers could join at any time, and it was like the audience and dancers were all together. But now, yes, there is an audience and the group who is dancing. So yes, it was because of that. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we would be scheduled for a break, but we're a little short on time, so we're just going to go ahead with the next presentation. So I welcome Signe Bertsina from Latvia to the stage.
Hello. Hi, my name is Signe Berziņa, and my scientific research paper is Popularity of Vegetarianism among the Youth of Jūrmālas State Gymnasium. I chose this topic because today nutrition has become an important part of a person's daily life. It provides the body with the necessary nutrients and energy to sustain life and take the necessary action. Because I take a vegetarian diet myself, I wanted to find out the types and effects of it on a human health, as well as find out what's the prevalence of vegetarianism in my school. Purpose of the paper is to find out how widespread is the vegetarian diet among the youth of Jūrmālas State Gymnasium. Research assignments are select and analyze information about vegetarian diet, survey young people from Jūrmālas State Gymnasium from grades 7 to 12, and lastly collect data and conclude what is the popularity of vegetarianism among the young people at Jūrmālas State Gymnasium. The theoretical part summarizes information that vegetarianism is a diet that excludes animal products such as meat, fish, dairy products, and honey from nutrition. Also, information on 6 types of vegetarianism is gathered. The work analyzes the reasons people turn to vegetarian nutrition. I have also collected information about nutrients and products, where to find them. The last thing that has been summed up in the theoretical part is the effect a vegetarian diet has on human health. This part describes both the drawbacks and benefits of choosing a vegetarian diet. In the empirical part, a survey was created on the internet platform Google Forms to find out what is the prevalence of vegetarian diet among young people at Jūrmālas State Gymnasium. The survey was conducted between November 17, 2023 and December 1st, 2023. A total of 167 young people from grades 7 to 12 were surveyed, of them 66 men and 101 women. To the first question, which was, are you a vegetarian? Only 4% of respondents answered that they consume a vegetarian diet daily, while 96% do not. Further, in the survey, vegetarians and people who do not consume a vegetarian diet answered different questions. Vegetarians were 4%. They answered 5 questions. The first question identified what kind of vegetarians these people are. It was established that 86% consume a lacto-ovo-vegetarian diet, while 14% consume an ovo-vegetarian diet. The second question identified why these 4% of respondents are using a vegetarian diet. Of these, 43% choose a vegetarian diet for health reasons, 29% want to look after animals, and 28% have a different reason. Respondents who do not consume a vegetarian diet were 96%. They were asked 4 questions. One of the questions was whether they would want to take a vegetarian diet. Most respondents, which is 89%, responded that they would not like to focus on a vegetarian diet, while 11% responded that they would like to try. Continuing with conclusions, the reasons people start taking vegetarian diet are very different. Most of them choose this diet because of animal care or health, which matches with the results of a survey conducted among young people at Jurmal State Gymnasium, as 43% responded that they have chosen a vegetarian diet because of health, and 29% to take care of animals. When consuming a vegetarian diet, you need to ensure that all the necessary nutrients are ingested. Vitamin B12, vitamin D, iron, and omega-3 levels in the body deserve the most attention. Due to the lack of these nutrients, people often choose to take supplements, but there are also benefits when consuming a vegetarian diet. High levels of fiber and low fat are taken, so there is a lower risk of obesity. It was concluded that the majority, which is 96% of the surveyed young people of Jurmal State Gymnasium, do not consume a vegetarian diet daily, as well as 89% of them do not want to start. But those who consume, which were 4%, have chosen lacto-ovo-vegetarianism and ovo-vegetarianism. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. My first question would be regarding the gender division. So you had more women answering your survey. Is that the case in the school, or like who you sent out the survey to? Do you have more women in the school as well? Is the percentages similar, or did you get like a skewed population answering your survey?
Those people who answered my survey were like only 42% of the total number of students from grades 7 to 12. So that was just a coincidence that there were more women.
Okay, so you don't have more women in the school in general, or you do? You don't know. It's fine. Want to go? Or
I can continue because I actually have a similar thought. It so happens that my second year bachelor students of sociology just took a qualitative research course, and a group there did their project about vegetarianism and identity. So they interviewed vegetarians and asked how their diet is related to their identity perception. And one major thing that came up was gender. So I wonder if you have any thoughts about that. Does it seem like, from your experience, that there were more women than men who were or were interested in eating plant-based? Yeah, maybe I keep it short. Maybe that.
I think that there is more women that have that use vegetarian diet daily, because if I look at my friend group, I know only women that use it, and overall, it is said that men need to eat meat to have energy to do everything, and yeah, I think it's more like a woman thing.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. It's a really, really interesting topic, and I think you did a nice job presenting it. With Google Forms, you can sometimes, when you export the data, see who is, if you set it to do it, you can see like who is responding. If it's the same person who responded, they are male or female. If they are responding, they are vegetarian or not. So I guess, did you do any kind of analysis to see how the different respondents' questions kind of relate to each other? Like the answers to those questions, how they relate to each other. So is it the case that more women are vegetarian, or more women would want to be vegetarian, for example?
I didn't look like specifically what gender is using more vegetarian diet. I looked like overall.
And one more question, if that's okay. Especially now that you said that it's said that men need to eat meat for more energy, and when in the responses people were talking about the health aspects of this, there's many kind of layers to this, like why people choose to live a kind of lifestyle that they choose to, and there's the social pressure that what is expected of you, for example, as a woman or a man, and similar. And I guess I wonder, like, if you have thought about whether the people who responded that they are vegetarian for their health, do you think that's actually to do with like physiological health, or do you think that's more to do with aesthetics?
I think it's different for everyone. For some people, it may be for health, for physical health. For some, not. I don't know.
All right. Yes. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to welcome Viktor Asklöf from Finland to present.
Yeah, so hello everybody. I'm Viktor Asklöf here from the building you are now in. I'm a last year student here, so hopefully I will graduate now this summer. But yeah, I'm here to talk about, I didn't have a research, but I was told to talk about my project. So I'm here to talk about my diploma, which I took in music, about a little bit of the other ones as well. So I will start with talking about more general about it, then my like more of the music one, and then about my project, and then answering some questions. So what is a diploma in upper secondary school here in Finland? So there's a possibility to take it in a lot of different subjects, such as music, athletics, art, dance, theater, even media. But in our school, there's a possibility to take it in music, art, and athletics. And why people choose to do this, it's totally voluntary, so you don't need to do it, but it's a great opportunity for those who are interested in that subject to actually do some extra work. And it's quite a fun project when you're into it. And then how to get it, you just need to go all the courses that's available for that class. Then you need to have a project. So in art, they usually do like a longer project, and then they explain the project, and then it's usually up there for everybody to see. And then again, athletics, you do all the courses, then you do a project that you actually write and do some kind of exercises and talk about them and this. And then there's a written part usually at the end. So you have to basically talk about your project to get the diploma at the end. And then what you get from it, you get one course, which is always good. And then you get the diploma, which can be useful, and then again, maybe not. So if I choose to advance in a career in music, apply for a certain school or anything, I have the diploma, so I can always use it as an extra credit. And then the diploma in music, I first did the courses, then you have to do a plan of your project. You have to do everything basically. So it's opportunity for you to do it all by yourself. So you plan the project, who you're gonna do it with, and basically everything that comes with it. Then you have your project, and then you have to do like a portfolio of it where you say who you are and what's your background to it and why you did what you did and how you did, basically. Then about my diploma. So like I said, it started from a passion to music that I always had an interest to do it. I heard about the opportunity when I applied for the school. I always knew I wanted to do it, so it was a pretty easy choice for me. Then I did all the courses for it. So we have, in music we actually only have 4 courses, one you took each year basically. And they focus on different stuff. The first 2 are mandatory for everybody, and then the third one is a little bit more deeper into music, and the fourth one is actually planning like a concert basically. So usually the people who don't do the diploma and take the 4 courses, it's more of how to have not really have a concert, but how to be like an artist at a concert or something like that. So usually we always have this like Christmas parties, and we just have the 1st of May party where you can perform if you want to, and it's more learning how to perform basically. Then I started planning what I wanted to do, with who I wanted to do, and that also came pretty fast. I wanted the concert to look like me. I wanted to be chill. I actually had it in this building right here. I built a little floor here, and I had my sister singing, and I always knew that I wanted it to be like laid back, pretty chill, and actually look like me. Just have fun and enjoy the music. And then I had the concert, and then right now I'm doing the portfolio thing about it. But then again, I learned like maybe a little bit more the research part of it. I learned a lot about music when I had the course, because I had a lot of people helping me. So I started to learning about all the hertzes, everything, how the sound waves move, where they move, in which instrument, how they clash, how to take out that clashing, how they bounce off the walls. Like, this is a great place to have a concert because the acoustic is really good, but then again, it can be a pain in the ass as well. So that's what I learned, and I did a lot of extra to this. You don't really need to do it that big, but I wanted it to look good, so I had a camera filming it, and we recorded the sound, and then I make a YouTube video about it. So this diploma really gives you opportunity to do something you're interested in, and it gives you the free hands. You can do whatever. You could have had a 20-minute concert in a hallway. Like, you can do whatever you want to, so it gives you the free hands to plan, and then you learn a lot and find out that I actually want to do it in the future as well. So it was really helpful and fun project for me. And then there's a little bit of pictures. So the picture to the left, like, this is all the extra stuff I did. Like, I did the invitation to the concert, so there you see the living room concert. Then you see the picture of this building right here, and then I have a video of the concert.
Try to give you consolation when your old man he let you down. But like a fool, I fell in love with you. You turned my whole world upside down, Layla. You got me on my knees, Layla. I'm begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Let's make the best
That's
of
good.
the situation.
Yeah, so there you can see that it was really actually, that's basically what I wanted it to look like. It was just laid back, chill, enjoy the music. And yeah, that was just with the phone film, but there will be a longer video of it. So yeah, that was my project. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Really nice that you get to do this, and congratulations on the concert. Looks like it was really good, and your sister has a beautiful voice. Is it your arrangement of Layla, or did you take from another?
I mean, I did everything for that. Like, I had, I knew from an early time what I wanted to play. Then for a few songs, I actually arranged them myself more. Like, I knew that this song was this song, but I wanted it to like look like me more. So it was like a pop song with electric drums and everything. And then I just took everything away from it and just put an electric guitar on it and made it sound like me. So, but then again, like that song that you hear there, it was like from Eric Clapton's Layla acoustic live. So it was basically just as he played it. So then again, some songs I arranged myself, some songs I just took it, and then again, some songs I heard, like I searched through Spotify that I heard this cover I like from this song, and then I copied that. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess we are going with one question per speaker now because we're late. Or yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Victor. Next up, we have Annika Koni from Estonia.
Dear audience, good morning. My name is Annika Koni. I'm a student of Tartu Jan Bosco Gymnasium, and I have the pleasure to present to you my research paper on historical family coats of arms on the territory of Estonia and how I designed my own family coats of arms. My work was supervised by my history teacher, Sirje Ailik. So, the aim of my research was to study the historical history of heraldry on the territory of Estonia, to study the rules governing the design of coats of arms through centuries, and to design based on the learnings and from my research and looking into my family history, my own family coats of arms. So the paper was divided into 4 parts. First 2 chapters focusing on the history of heraldry and the rules governing the coats of arms through centuries. The history of heraldry dates back to the early Middle Ages and was first associated with the knights fighting wars. The knights used to decorate their shields with special symbols that developed into distinctive coats of arms. Later, coats of arms became the symbols of noble families and showed their belonging and interests. Today, coats of arms are used really widely by different organizations, countries, fraternities, and other institutions. Heraldry is governed by really fixed rules that ensure that only specific colors and objects can be used. That also ensures that no 2 coats of arms would look alike. In the 3rd chapter of my paper, I looked into the history of my family, of the 2 branches of my family, the Conis and the Orotsis. I tried to bring out some similarities between the lineages and to find specific features characterizing my predecessors. And based on the research and my own hobbies and interests, I created my own family coat of arms. So the main sources that I used were the family history composed by my grandfather and other articles found on the topic in different books and internet sites. So here you can see my creative work. In heraldry, every color and object has specific meaning. I chose 2 colors. Black, that represents persistence and readiness, as well as wisdom that my family has always held high. It's really important for them to be educated, and they also really enjoy culture, and yes. And also I chose blue, that represents respect and purpose. I combined the 2 enamels with gold metal that you can see here in yellow. Gold represents fairness, and it also can be associated with high position. My mother, as well as her mother and grandfather, were really in a really high position when they were working, and also my father is a business leader. All these characterize all these specific colors and features characterize my father and my mother, as well as their parents and grandparents. The golf clubs that you can see represent my own interests for sports and can also be associated with my father's family likings. The Roman jug can be associated with with my mother's side, loving for culture and art, and I also enjoy them. The coat of arms also includes traditional elements such as the helmet, the crest, and the mantle. Oh, and the coat of arms is created in the designing app Procreate. So while writing the paper, I learned the strict rules guiding heraldics, the similarities and differences between the two sides of my family tree, the importance of written records. I'm really thankful to my grandfather for having looked into my family history and for having recordings on my family members. And last but not least, I have to admit my own limited skills in using different designing apps. At first, I wanted to use Solid Edge to make something more three-dimensional. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to me, so I had to change to Procreate. The research helped me to learn about the exciting historical tradition of heraldry, to better understand my predecessors and their interests, and to creatively convey the theory to an artistic yet regulated expressions of my family coats of arms. Thank you. I'm open for your questions.
So, do you or your family plan to start using the coat of arms in some way?
Thank you for your question. Not actively. We do want to make the three-dimensional version out of it, but I think it will be just a nice thing to have.
Hey, thank you for your presentation. It's really interesting. You talked a little bit about the kind of historic tradition of heraldry. So were you looking at the history of heraldry in Estonia specifically, or were you looking at more broadly, like European traditions? Because the use of color, for example, in heraldry in early medieval Western Europe is very different to, for example, like 16th century Hungarian, where they just go crazy and they don't follow this like idea of like the rule of tincture and similar. So what made you take the decisions you did with that?
Thank you for your question. Well, I read about different, I tried to search about as much as I could, but I went deeply into the Estonian history more, maybe also a bit from Russian side and Sweden, but yeah, because it's a really wide topic, so I didn't have time, and yes, I didn't have the time to cover everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, we have Annette Elizabeth Arman from Latvia.
Hello. My name is Annette, and today I will present you my research project titled Legal Aspects of Determining the Punishment of Section 125 of the Criminal Law of Latvia. And my supervisor was Doctor in Law Science, Karina Zaltsmane. Okay, so I have been interested in criminal law for some time now. So while I was looking for inspiration for my research project, I accidentally came across an article in Lawyer's Word, which is a website for Latvian lawyers where to post their own articles. And in the article, there was described a case of an attack on Dutch sailor, which was committed in Ventspils, Latvia, and it was committed by 2 persons. After reading the article, I didn't quite understand how were the penalties broken down for the criminals. So this became my main aim for this research, to find out how group crimes are sentenced. Then my purpose of the research is to clarify the criminal legal aspects of the imposition of punishment within the scope of Section 125, Paragraph 2, Clause 5 of the criminal law, which namely is when the crime is committed by a group of persons. And I set 2 research questions, which is how and according to what principles is a lawbreaker punished, and how are punishments distributed when an offense is committed by a group of persons. 4 following research tasks were set, which are to define Article 125 of the criminal law, collect available information on the general principles of sentencing, study how punishments are applied to members of a group of persons, and in the end, also carry out research by studying 3 court judgments on violations of Section 125, Paragraph 2, Clause 5 of the criminal law, and of course, draw conclusions. In the theoretical part, in 3 chapters, it is set out how to understand the title of Article 125, what is a penalty and how is it applied, and how group crimes are defined, what type of groups are there, and how penalties are applied to members of those groups. In the theoretical part, I used literature analysis method, deduction method, methods of interpretation of legal norms to gather information. And in the empirical part, however, court judgments were studied using the document analysis method. And for that, I set 5 criteria, according to which I analyzed the information available in the judgments. And it was important for me to find out what was the type of bodily injury inflicted on the victim, what was the type of group of persons who committed the crime, how many members were there in the group, and were there any mitigating and aggravating circumstances, and as well the conformity of the sentence imposed and the operative part of the judgment with the penalties of Article 125 of the criminal law. And then in result, all the analyzed judgments classify the injuries as life-threatening. In all cases, groups of persons were formed without prior agreement, in which participated 2 persons. In not all cases, though, the court found mitigating and aggravating circumstances, and only in 1 of the 3 cases, the type of punishment imposed on the accused partly corresponds to the sanctions of Article 125 of the criminal law. In conclusion, answering the research questions, in determining the punishment of an offender, the nature of the offense committed and the harm caused, the personality of the perpetrator, mitigating and aggravating circumstances, and other factors must be taken into account. If the offense was committed by a group of persons, it may be dealt within 1 or separate proceedings. And the crime committed by each member is assessed separately, so that each member of the group is sentenced according to the degree of harmfulness of the offense committed. And given the increase in group crime in recent years in the criminal statistics, the Ministry of Internal Affairs should focus on revising the penalties for such crimes as part of their strategy for years 2028 through 2032, because in my opinion, it would decrease group crime rate and overall crime statistics. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Could you speculate on why there has been an increase in group crimes?
Actually, I haven't really looked into that, the specific reason why is that, but as I looked into cases from year 2018 through 2021, I suppose it was the time when all the COVID reasons were around, and then people just living in one household also going crazy, literally. So I guess that could be one of the reasons, but as this research wasn't really looking into the mentality of the accused person, so I was just looking at the, I guess, law side of it, so how is it distributed, so I can't really say why are people committing crimes in groups.
Thank you very much. Next we have Tilda Nilsson from Sweden.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Tilda and I'm from Tibble Gymnasium in Sweden. The purpose with this project was to find out the age of the universe. So I will try to explain two different methods to calculate this. And the first one is using something called the Hubble constant, and the second one is looking at the cosmic history. And before finishing off, I will go over the results and briefly explain why they differ. So in the first method, we receive the answer by taking the inverse of the Hubble constant. So what is that? The Hubble constant is a time-dependent value that describes the velocity of a distant galaxy moving away from us. So basically, it describes the velocity of the expansion. It was named after the astronomer Edwin Hubble, who provided evidence for this expansion. And in his observations, it was revealed that the distance to an object gets larger, so does its velocity. So this makes it possible to draw the conclusion that the cosmic expansion is accelerating. The picture to the right, your left, shows a simplification of this expansion. So first we have a dough with, I don't know, chocolate chips in it. And as the dough rises, the chocolate will be separated. So if we replace the chocolate chips with galaxies and the dough with the universe, we can see that when the universe is expanding, the galaxies will be forced apart. And this is due to the cosmic will to always be evened out. So how do we measure this velocity? One way is to measure the redshift created when the galaxy moves further away. This is the same phenomena as the Doppler effect you can experience when an ambulance with sirens is passing by. When we look at the light waves emitted from the receding galaxies, these waves will be stretched out when traveling towards us, causing a shift towards the end of the red spectrum. This is something we can measure with spectroscopy and then find out how fast the galaxies are moving away, which gives us the present value of the Hubble constant. Today that value is approximately 67 kilometer per second per mega per sec. It's a difficult unit, but yeah. And by assuming that the universe is expanding with a constant rate, we can calculate for how long time it has expanded. And I think this is easier to understand with a unit analysis. So as I said, the unit of the Hubble constant is kilometer per second per mega per sec, which is velocity divided by mega per sec, which is just a very large constant with meter as a unit. So we basically have distance divided by time divided by another distance, which gives us the unit 1 in conjunction to time. So if we take the inverse of that unit, we will receive the time elapsed since the Big Bang, which was our goal. The other method is looking at the different cosmic eras and how they have affected the expansion rate. This is a bit more complicated and requires a lot of equations, but that will take too much time, so I will just go over the theoretic part and spare you the mathematics. So the cosmic eras represent different stages in the universe history, each characterized by different physical conditions affecting the cosmic expansion. The universe is built up by 3 components: radiation, dark energy, and matter, which includes both atomic matter and cold dark matter. This is different ways for energy to present itself, and since energy can't be created or destroyed, it means it's transforming between the different types. There have been 3 main stages in the cosmic history so far, and the first one was radiation dominated and took place during the first 40,000 years after the Big Bang. This epoch or era is characterized by a hot environment with a high density of energy that quickly started to expand. The second stage was between 40,000 to 10 billion years after the Big Bang. And in this era, matter was the dominating composition. During this time, the universe continued to expand, but at a much higher rate. The third and current stage is dominated by dark energy, and unfortunately, we don't know that much about dark energy yet, but it's thought to be the main factor to why the expansion is accelerating. So when the proportion of dark energy grows bigger, so does the acceleration value. And that can you see in the next slide later. The expansion history can be described by something called the scale factor, which represents the size of the universe at a given time relative to today. At present time, the scale factor is defined as equal to 1, and around the Big Bang, it is defined as a very small number close to 0, because we can't say it was 0 since we don't know what happened at the exact moment when the universe was created. The behavior of the scale factor depends on the dominant components of the universe. This means that during the different energy eras, where the percentage of the components varied, so did the expansion rate. By doing a numeric integration of a time on one of those equations I promised I wouldn't bring up, we received the age of the universe. So here's my results. To the left, you can see that I got my first result by taking the inverse of the Hubble constant. I then inserted the values and converted the answer from seconds till years, and landed in roughly 14.6 billion years. And to the right, you can see the diagram I got after programming the equations and integral in Python. It shows the scale factor as a function of time. So the vertical axis is the scale factor, and the horizontal shows the time in seconds. Note that the axes are logarithmic, and that is just to be fitted in the picture in a good-looking way. I also plotted the different energy eras in different colors, and if you look closely, you can see the change in the slope, where two sections meet, which is caused by the expansion changes. Yeah. So now we want to look at when the scale factor is equal to 1, since that gives us the time elapsed since the Big Bang. And if you draw a line straight down from the curve and convert it to years, you land on 13.8 billion years, which is an approximate age that many scientists have agreed on. As you can see, the results differ pretty much, and this is because the different methods take different factors in consideration. Both methods are just models, and they are greatly simplified for us to be able to understand them. And depending on how you measure different values, you get various answers, which also contributes to the uncertainty. Our universe is very complex, and we have a lot more to learn before we can give a more confident answer to this very poetic question. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. You were very well able to kind of explain it very easily with the using metaphors like the cookie dough and so on. That's something you need. I have 2 quick questions. So first question is, so you presented 2 methods. Which one of them, or is there one, that you would say is more accepted or generally applied in the field? And the second question is, can you name some of the factors that were these, you mentioned that there are differing factors that the 2 methods take into account. So can you name a couple of examples of these factors?
Yes, so I would say that the first method is a bigger, it's more simple, because it assumes that the universe is accelerating or expanding with a constant rate, which it's not. The other method is based on a method or a model that is generally accepted in the astronomic field. So I would say that the second one is more correct and takes more factors into consideration. Yeah, what was the other question?
You kind of answered it already with the constant, yeah. So what the question was what the different factors or differing factors between the 2 methods are, but you mentioned the most important one. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Noora Rannikko from Estonia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Noora Rannikko, and I wrote my research paper on the topic upper secondary school students' attitude towards having children. Okay. The first kind of aim of my paper was to gain background information and knowledge about the demographic crisis. Then the second goal was to research into similar studies that have been done in the past, and the most important goal was to find out which factors impact one's wish to have children in the future. The first theoretical chapter of my paper describes the terms and notions related to birth rate, really just the basics one needs to understand in order to study the topic. And the first chapter also explains the concept of demographic crisis. Then the second chapter describes the history of population growth and family life and policies regulating birth rate in Estonia from 1990 to 2022. The third chapter gives the reader the results of previous studies that have been done on wanting or not wanting children, and the final part is my analysis that I did about the survey that I conducted among the students in my school. So I managed to find 3 studies that have been done on the topic. One of the 3 was also about teenagers, just like mine was. The respondents of my survey were aged 16 to 19 years. And 2 of the studies that I found were about adults, but I still decided to use them as well. Next step was conducting my own survey. At first, I sent out a pilot survey to a few of my friends because I just wanted to know how people with different backgrounds kind of perceive certain questions. And then I finished the real survey. The real survey got 259 answers, which is about 45% of all students in our school. 70% of the respondents were women, 25% were men, and 5% were either non-binary or they didn't want to share their gender identity. Then I did the analysis in 2 parts, and in the different parts I just looked at answers from different types of questions. So in the first part, I used everyone's answers, and in the second part, I only used answers from men and women, just because it made, otherwise my paper would have been too complicated to write and read. Then, I'm moving on, yes. So about the results, I found out that 52% of the respondents want children in the future, 37% said that they don't want children, and 11% are uncertain. This specific question was on a scale of 1 to 5, so the way I decided to look at the answers was that people who answered 1 or 2 don't want children, the people who answered 3 are uncertain, and the ones who answered 4 or 5 want children. And 2 of the most important milestones before starting a family were having a stable job and moving in with one's partner. More of the results. In the first diagram, you can see the desired age of becoming a parent. So as you can see, the most popular desired age for that is between 26 and 30 years, and the least popular answer was below 20 years. In the second diagram, you can see the desired number of children. So out of the people who want children, about 45% want 2 kids, and 5 or more kids is the least popular answer. Then something interesting I found was that people tend to kind of imitate their parents' behavior. So it caught my eye that the respondents who were from a smaller family or were, for example, only children in their family, usually wanted fewer children than the ones who were from bigger families. And here you can also see a diagram about that. Then, here you can see 3 of the top most important factors when it comes to deciding whether to have a child in the future. These kinds of questions were also presented on a scale of 1 to 5, so it was a statement, and then one could answer 1, this is not important for me, important to me, and 5, yes, this is important to me. And in the brackets, you can see like the average answer. So for example, it's 4.1 out of 5, so it's a pretty important factor. And then 3.7 and so on. So the first and most important factor is stress and new responsibilities that are associated with becoming a parent. Some respondents also mentioned that they're afraid of having financial problems in the future. They're worried about overpopulation and the climate crisis. So these reasons are all like summed up in this point. And as you can see, this kind of has a negative connotation to it. But the next 2 are kind of positive ones. So unconditional love that comes with having children and caring for somebody. Then to conclude, teenagers nowadays feel a lot of like kind of anxiety about the prospect of parenthood and a low sense of security. So it should be a bigger focus in today's society to create that security and confidence about parenthood. And one way to do it is maybe for governments to prioritize investing in services that are designed to create that sense of security within families. This is it for me. I'm open for questions now.
Thank you, Nora, and one question from your review as well. So you compared your results with some previous surveys. What's your opinion? Are those opinions of the students in our school, do they follow the opinions of your previous surveys?
Thank you for this question. There were some similarities, but also some differences. For example, something that was kind of similar was that women tended to be more insecure about being a good parent, and they were more afraid of failing as a parent than men were. But something that was really different was that in one of the previous studies that was about teenagers, only 8% of the respondents shared that they don't want children in the future, but in my case, this percentage was more than 4 times higher.
Thank you. I want to congratulate you on a really good methodology, and with the pilot study and the way you presented the result, it was really, it looked good, but it was also professionally done. You presented in the beginning how many of your respondents were identifying as women and men, so I wondered, why do you think that 70% of the respondents were women? And secondly, did you see a difference in gender in who wants and who doesn't want children?
Okay, thank you for this question. Well, first off, there are a lot more women in our school than there are men, and also just I think women are more active when it comes to topics like this. Then the second question was about the differences between men and women, right? Well, the thing is, I didn't write about that specifically because I compared, in my analysis, I compared 4 groups. So it's women who want children, women who don't want children, and then men who want children and men who don't want children. So this was my base, but there were some things that caught my eye. For example, there was this statement that I'm afraid that giving birth will ruin my partner's body, and men really didn't care about that. Women were more worried about that one.
All right, so thank you to everyone thus far. We'll now proceed with a short break. Even though we're short on time, I think everyone could use a leg stretcher. So please return about 11:40. Thank you. Okay, just as a reminder, we should try to keep these presentations within 10 minutes because we're going a little bit past schedule. But without further ado, welcome Ronalds Wilde from Latvia.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roland Wilde, and I have come from Latvia here, representing my school, Jūrmala State Gymnasium. Today, I'll be presenting to you my project named Development of Regular Schedule Posting Discord Bot and its Practical Use. Let's dive in. Firstly, let's establish what a bot is. Simply put, a bot is a computer program designed to automate repetitive tasks, usually without human intervention. In the scope of this project, we're particularly interested in crawler bots, which can gather information from various sources, such as APIs. It is then processed in code to be delivered to the end user. The idea of this project stemmed from the matter of two circumstances. First, the Discord app is prominent amongst my classmates as a socialization platform. Moreover, they have made a class server to facilitate their studies and have a sense of community outside the classroom. Second, the class schedule is regularly updated by the school staff in real time on Google Sheets. However, it does not provide the functionality to notify of those changes. Hence, I found it to be a great opportunity to develop a bot that will regularly post the most recent class schedule for the next day. In order to ensure relevance, the posted schedule will be rechecked in the morning for any updates. The development was comprised of the following key stages. First, technology evaluation, where the JavaScript programming language and its server environment, Node.js, have been chosen. Next, setting up the bot project using the Discord.js library, creating a scheduler to automate message sending at designated times, implementing logic to retrieve and format data from Google Sheets, adding a manual request command for user flexibility, and last but not least, thorough debugging and testing. Central to the bot's functionality is its ability to deliver consistent and intuitive messages containing class schedules. Those schedules are dynamically fetched from the original source based on the requested day. As for the data processing algorithm, it is comprised of a loop that is iterating through a certain range of cells, each cell representing a class or a teacher, as you can see there in the first picture. Users, now, in this demonstration, you can see a practical example of receiving such notifications. These are sent to the server's text channel dedicated to class schedules. Those who have enabled push notifications will be notified by the bot, as all server members are tagged. Users may also request class schedules for specific days with the use of a command. The bot reacts to a predefined keyword and accepts an optional argument that represents the day. Having the bot developed and tested, I've come to the following conclusions. Since the original spreadsheet is updated in real time and has no publicly available history, regular messages sent by the bot may serve as a log of changes to the class schedules throughout the school year. As every member is notified of the changes at least once in 24 hours, it reduces the burden of looking for the original document. Furthermore, messages from classmates and the bot are available in the same location. The bot promotes active participation and cooperation between classmates in their studies, especially as it can be further improved to include homework and test reminders. To conclude, receiving regular class schedule notifications can be a pleasant convenience to students' daily life. The notifications are predictable and have a consistent and intuitive design. As a bonus, those who are interested in exploring the code or adapting it to their own use, the bot is open source and available on GitHub, and you can scan the QR code if you're interested in looking through the code. And thank you.
Or now it's working. Okay, thank you. I just want to thank you for your presentation. I think you have done a very nice job, and you have kind of, due to open access as well, really great. That's like how you should do it. Excellent job. So have you implemented this like in real life and it's currently in use? Have you got any feedback, or is it working as planned?
Yeah, it was tested. It was indeed tested in real time. It was some sort of experiment or a prototype of the actual, practical part of the research that I've done on a bot development. So this experiment lasted for I'd say a couple of months before I could no longer host the bot, because to be able to keep it running, you have to host it on a server machine that has to obviously keep running 24/7. And as I no longer had this option, it obviously stopped. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So this is probably something for the school to consider then, or?
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, I'd like to welcome Hanne Berglund from Sweden.
Hello, my name is Hanne, and I am going to talk about my study on opinions of solar panels in my municipality, Täby. I did this study on behalf of my municipality leaders, who asked my school to make a study on public perceptions of renewable energy. I collaborated with students from science, economics, and marketing programs in my school to gather as much information as possible. The types of questions I seek to answer was how a person's gender, political affiliation, and their economy affects their stance on solar energy. Lastly, I wanted to find out how barriers and driving forces affect people's experience on solar panels, and I did this by asking open-ended questions about what they find positive, what they find negative and challenging, and what would make solar panels a more realistic choice for them as a regular Täby family. I began by trying to find previous research, and I acquired 3 studies. The first one was a study from 2017, where 2 women interviewed 7 people in Linköping och Norrköping. I used this study to help frame my questions, but also it would work as a great reference for driving forces and barriers. The second study was made by WSP in 2022. and was a survey that 2,500 people answered about different kinds of renewable energy. The third was a study from Novus, made in 2022 too. 1,055 people answered in interviews about what they thought about renewable energy, and I used this to compare my results to a bigger general audience in Sweden. After I had gathered research and framed questions, I acquired 33 responses from different parts of TABI. The lack of participants is, of course, a disadvantage, since my method of usage is surveys that lack thorough analysis of my participants' opinions. I also divided the already limited information into even smaller groups based on gender, politics, and economy to try to find a target audience. I have chosen to evaluate each group based on 3 questions, and they are: do you adjust your daily life based on environmental awareness? What is your attitude towards solar energy? Do you think we should invest in expanding Sweden's solar energy? Do you feel it would be easy or difficult to find information about solar panels, such as tax declarations, subsidies, and deductions? And lastly, have you considered investing in solar panels before? These questions provide answers regarding respondents' different opinions on solar energy, barriers, and environment. 3 of these questions are taken directly from a WSP study to enable comparison of the results. Here are the results. So, when analyzing the responses overall, so all of the participants, and comparing them to the previous study, it turns out that 88% of my respondents shows a positive attitude towards solar energy. This question, taken from WSP, indicates a similar positive attitude with a response rate of 78%. The second question addresses whether respondents think Sweden as a country should expand its solar energy usage. Here I got 97% as positive, while WSP got 87%. While the third and final question is a bit different and is whether respondents have considered getting solar panels before. WSP shows a response of 31%, while mine shows 76%. Despite the questions being exactly similar and the same options to choose from, they are very different, and this might be because of different sampling methods and target groups. To answer my questions about economy and politics and gender, I have divided my answers like this. Group 1, with a low income, had 90% positive attitude towards solar energy. And they all agreed on expanding Sweden's solar energy. And though they were the most proactive in considering solar panels, they only had 90% having thought about it, getting solar panels. Group 2, with a middle income, show a slight decrease in positive attitudes towards solar energy, but still show a strong support for expanding Sweden's solar energy in Sweden. However, they find it more challenging to gather information about solar panels. Group 3, with the highest income group, had the lowest positive attitude towards solar energy. Still, they unanimously thought that Sweden should expand its solar energy. They also found it easiest to gather information. While looking at gender, men responded more often that they adapt their daily routines based on environmental awareness compared to women. The primary adaptations for both genders were waste sorting, although men emphasized conscious shopping, while women mentioned using public transportation instead of taking private cars. On the other questions, women generally had higher affirmative responses compared to men, sometimes with significant difference in opinions. The questions, though, about political leaning was decided on a scale from 1 to 7, with 1 being more liberal, 4 represents the center, like middle, and 7 represents more conservative. Respondents only chose options 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I formed the group 3, 4, 5, and 6 based on their answers. However, there is a noticeable imbalance in group sizes, with only 3 respondents choosing option 4 and 6, making their percentages sensitive to individual opinions. Because of this, I unfortunately cannot draw any conclusions based on politics. But the biggest barriers I found were one-time economic barriers, like the high, first-time cost of solar panels, that were cited by 88% of my respondents, followed by 48% of indicating a lack of information, and 13 mentioning unfavorable climate conditions for solar energy in Sweden. The biggest driving forces for solar energy were identified as 71% considering environmentally friendly, 32 seeing it as beneficial for long-term economy, while 49% valuing self-sufficiency. So in summary, while men showed higher rates of adapting daily habits to environmental awareness, women exhibited more positive attitudes towards solar energy and a stronger interest in considering solar panels, indicating a slightly higher overall engagement in sustainability in this context. With economy, Group 1 showed the most positive attitudes towards solar energy, with the highest interest in adopting solar panels, making them the most favorable group regarding solar energy perceptions and actions. Economy and environment were also the biggest barriers and driving forces that I found. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Did I catch it right in the beginning that this was actually an initiative from the municipality?
Yes.
And I just had to Google now that Täby is close to Stockholm for all of us who know that Sweden is long. I then wonder, have you presented this result to the municipality already, and have they said anything about what they will do?
No, I think we will, yeah. So this was many different sciences. So I was social science, then there were nature and economics, and so we worked together to find as much information to give to the municipality. So maybe they in the future can have a bigger study with more resources and time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Saule Golubivate, Dominika Sabulite, and Povilas Tsugaitis from Lithuania.
Hello everybody, we are from Kauno Santaro Gymnasium. My name is Saule, this is Povilas and Dominika, and today we're going to present phytoremediation and its importance around the world. Also, a quick note, all of the Lithuanian presentations are going to be about phytoremediation, but we are going to talk about the results, looking through different aspects of it. So, yeah. This is the contents of our presentation. We're not going to focus on that because you're going to see everything yourselves.
So what is future mediation and why is it important? So future mediation, just to say it simply, is the use of plants to reduce the level of toxin materials or anything bad that could be in the ground, not only for the plants, but also for humans. So we use it to make soil better.
And why is phytoremediation so important? Basically, it has a lot of good uses. The main one being it is a method of cleaning contaminated soil, which is a worldwide problem which we all need to focus on solving. Another good aspect of using this specific method for cleaning the soil is it uses local plants because the plants that are native to certain areas are at risk of extinction due to the human intervention. Another good thing is it helps to increase biodiversity because, like I've said, we use plants that are local to the place, and it's just a good way to kind of heal the biodiversity which is being damaged. And another good thing is maintenance. Because we use local plants, they don't require that much maintenance, and it's just a good, a more cost-effective way to clean soil.
Phytoremediation are used around the world. Soil pollution is a significant environmental issue worldwide. That's why in our study we investigated the soil cleaning methods by using weight under different conditions, mimicking natural environments found in various parts of the world.
Now I'm going to kind of talk about what we did during this presentation and our research. Basically, what we did, everybody in Lithuania did the same thing. Each student had 3 pots, and in each pot we planted 3 seeds. Before planting the seeds, we set aside a little bit of our soil, which we got from a abandoned equipment yard, and we made sure that it's really contaminated so that we can see how well the phytoremediation actually works. Then we grew our plants in different conditions. That is the main part of the experiment, to see how different conditions kind of affect the results. And after 2 months of growth, we harvested the weed, made some samples, and sent them to a lab in Sweden to get our results. So, my growing conditions were the most normal per se. I had 13 hours of light a day, which is normal for wheat. I watered my wheat with 40 milliliters of water, which is the standard amount, 3 times a week. And the temperature was held stable at 20 degrees Celsius. And also my plants were grown in an open greenhouse. And this is me with my plants.
So my growing conditions were different, and the main thing that changed was I put way more water than all of the other people. As you can see, the plants had the same light, the 30 hours of light every single day, like almost all of us, but I had 40% more water than anyone else, and I kept my plants in 20 degrees Celsius in a greenhouse. I don't know how to speak.
So my plants were in the light for 10 hours a day. There were 50 millimeters of water, watered 3 times a week, and it was a stable temperature of 20 degrees, and my plants were grown in the box.
Now, we're going to talk more in depth about our results, which is the most interesting part. As you can see, I have a table. I set the whole result into the table, and I'm going to speak a little bit about it. First of all, I'm going to address the leaves. For some reason, my results for the leaves got lost. We don't know why. They just got lost somewhere, so that's why they're blanks. But Dominika and Pavlas actually do have the results for leaves. Another note is near copper, there is a little star. It indicates that there was a very, very small amount of copper detected overall. and because the amount was so small, it might differ a little bit. So, starting off with the zinc, the soil before had 175 milligrams, and the soil after had 91.9 milligrams. As you can see, it reduced quite a bit. The interesting part is, due to the way that photoremediation works, it usually collects the heavy metals in the roots. But in my experience, for some reason, my stem collected most of the heavy metals, which is really interesting. As you can see, the roots collected 49.8 milligrams of zinc, and the stem got 68.8 milligrams. Then going over to the lead, the soil before had 31.7 milligrams, the soil after had 11.4. Once again, quite a big difference. That means that the plant cleaned up a lot. The roots had 4.6 milligrams, while the stem had 5.8. Once again, the stem has more heavy metals. I honestly do not know why. That's why it's kind of sad that I lost the leaves results. That's why it could also tell something more about my results. And last is copper. The soil before had 1.3 milligrams. Like I've said, it's a very small amount. That's why this might not be a very stable percent. The result might have differed if the copper in the soil before would have been a higher concentration. And the soil after had 1.1 milligrams. This time the roots collected more of the copper, but like I've said, it might differ a little bit if the copper levels in the soil before would have been higher. The roots collected 0.8 milligrams, while the stem collected 0.7 milligrams.
So for me, my soil had a lot of metals, which was very weird. For example, zinc had 260. By the way, who doesn't see, there is what it means. It isn't random numbers. It has milligrams per kilo. So a lot of the soil after the whole photoremediation had 172, which may not sound a lot, but that's actually a lot of metals that were in the plant and not in the soil. And most of them went actually to the roots, and well, it went how it should be: roots, stem, and leaves. I mean, I guess you know how wheat looks, so you can figure it out why. And for lead, it also cleaned way, way more, because it was 77, and at the end it was 19, which is also way more than I think it should be. So most of them actually went to the roots and then the leaves, and not to the stem, which I don't know why. It just pretty cool thing. And for copper, it didn't clean out a lot of copper, but it still did something. So I think this isn't the worst. This isn't the worst method to get rid of copper out of soil.
So in my soil, there was 128.9 zinc, and in the soil after, there was 92.3 zinc. My roots collected the most, and there wasn't a lot of copper, but in the soil before, there was 1.6 copper, and the soil after, there was 1.4 copper, and in the soil before, there was 13.5 palladium, and in the soil after, there was 17.6 palladium. So yeah.
Now going over to our conclusions. I've basically mentioned most of these points, but I'm going to go over everything again. There were more heavy metals in the soil before than after the experiment, which kind of proves that the photoremediation actually worked. In the soil, there was the biggest amount of zinc and the smallest amount of copper. The biggest amount of zinc was found in the stem, and the smallest was found in the roots. The biggest amount of lead was found in the stem and the smallest in the roots, and there was overall a small amount of copper detected in my soil. That's why the experiment results might have differed a little bit, but the biggest amount of copper was found in the roots.
So I don't know, I think I talked about most of the things. So in my experience, there was the most amount of heavy metals and it cleaned out a lot of them, mostly, mostly zinc and a little bit of, and a lot of lead and not a lot of copper. So if any of you know a place where there is a lot of heavy metals in the soil, just water them a little bit more. It probably will help to clean it out. And I don't know, it's just a good method to do it.
So, the biggest amount of zinc was found in the roots, and the smallest amount of zinc was found in the leaves. The biggest amount of plumbum was found in the roots, and the smallest in the leaves, and there was a small amount of copper detected in the roots and in the stem. There were more heavy metals in the soil before the experiment, and in the soil there was biggest amount of zinc, and there was the least amount of
Copper. Overall, I would like to kind of pull the whole thing together, and phytoremediation works best in places of the world which get more water. Another reason why the plant that we got for this year is very useful is because wheat is very universal. A lot of countries grow wheat, and it grows in different conditions. It can grow in colder regions and in warmer regions. That's why it's kind of important to look at the results and think of where in the world can we use phytoremediation the best.
So these are the sources we used for all of our research, and that's it. Thanks for sitting here and listening to us speaking. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes? Okay. Thank you. It was very well structured, the presentation, and easy to follow, so thank you for that. Well, I will start with, from what I understood, you did something similar to another group that already presented, and they had some differing results. Could you speculate on why you have gotten so differing results?
Well, first of all, we all did practically the same thing, but we made sure that the conditions were different. In some cases, because we had a lot of students participating in the whole experiment, 4 groups in total. There were sometimes the conditions would be the same, but the results would differ. That might have been because the soil wasn't properly harmonized together, meaning that it wasn't the same for all of the results. And another factor might be just the amount, not the amount, but the size of the experiment. We only had 9 plants per student, and I say that isn't the best way to do it, because we would need a lot more data to make the results more conclusive between the students. But the thing is, that's how we kind of structured the whole project, and we might work on this part better next year, basically.
Yes, thank you. So just to clarify, did you use the same water source then for this?
Yes.
Thank you. Whoa.
Sorry. Sorry, one more question. What was the water source?
Huh?
What was the water source?
Tap water.
From your school?
Yeah.
So, and all of the things were in the school, like all the plants?
We did the whole experiment in a small classroom at the side of the school.
Same classroom, all of your groups?
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Next up, I'd like to introduce to the stage Axel Köhler, who will present.
Yes. Hello. Yes. Okay, so I covered the topic of genocide in Mao Zedong's China. I wrote a 15-page paper on it, which I will summarize here, and I'll attempt to kind of speed through it since we are behind on schedule. So the main topics that I covered were land reform, what it is, how it took place in China through the class division and the people's tribunals known as speak bitterness, also some bits about CCP and Mao Zedong, and most importantly, classification as genocide, as this is not officially a genocide. So, land reform essentially means forceful redistribution of land, most often conducted by the government, taking land from the rich and giving it back to the poor. It has a very long history. In ancient Greece and Rome already they did this, and it is still something that happens quite regularly. In 1950, the official law of land reform came into place in China, looks like this, and that saw the kind of official start of land reform already, but it already had begun before this. So, land reform saw the creation of 5 distinct social classes, which were kind of artificially created depending on how much land you owned, and more importantly, how much you actually used or worked that land yourself. So the most important group here are the landlords, which owned land but did not work it themselves. Instead, they hired others to work it. And as you know, China is now a communist country. During the time of the revolution, there was a lot of hate for this group, which is why, you know, they were genocided. And at the time, China had a population of 550 million and 27 million landlords. The speak bitterness tribunals were people's tribunals where landlords were rounded up, they were forced on a stage, and people who had been victimized by them came forth for several hours talking about the kind of wrongs that they had done. And most often, the landlords in question were murdered at the end of this. And this was the main way that land reform actually took place. The CCP, or the CPC, is the Chinese Communist Party, which officially was founded in 1921, but truly came into power in 1949 when the communists won the Civil War. And this was the group that has enacted a lot of violence in China. The most important figure in the story is Mao Zedong, the leader of the Chinese Communist Party. He is also a founding member and known as a severe megalomaniac. He saw to the death of 80 million people, more than both Hitler and Stalin. Well, technically not more than both Hitler and Stalin, but more than any one of them by themselves. He was known as a utopian, but at the same time he had no value for human life, which is why he saw no problem with killing millions of people in this revolution. And the most important topic I covered in my paper was defining this action as genocide. Genocide is quite obvious an extremely political topic, and as such there are a lot of things that are not officially classed as genocide. For example, the Ukraine Holodomor saw 3.9 million Ukrainians killed through a man-made famine. Notoriously, famines are ways that oppressing countries can kill a lot of people without being kind of forced to take blame for any of it. It's also what Mao Zedong did in China, killing several tens of millions of people. And also, the UN is the kind of only official body that can class something as a genocide with any like legal repercussions, and they have several problems with the way they do it. Most importantly, they do not classify cultural genocide as a genocide, and genocide requires the intent to kill, which is quite obvious something very difficult to define. Essentially, there are several countries that agree on this fact, and as China is such a powerful country, no countries are willing to actually say that China has committed genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. Since this was quite short, I have some further questions, specifically about the definition of genocide. Checking it fast now, I read that we focus mainly on nationalism or national belonging and religion and ethnicity, while you're going off, as you said, cultural or even economic division. So would you say that this essay of yours has a political aspect, trying to change the definition of or the agreed upon definition of genocide?
Yeah, that's essentially the kind of crux of my paper. Technically, cultural genocide in this case is not the official way to refer to this, but rather, as you said, an economic genocide. In my paper, I criticize the UN a lot, since it is such a, well, in cases like these, it's kind of a powerless organization. It's so severely tied into the world politics that it can't really make a move or make any accusations against such a large country like China, which is, I believe, extremely relevant in the kind of current political climate that we are in. There are a lot of extremely powerful countries that can get away with horrible, horrible things, and since they are so powerful, no one believes that they can actually do anything about it. And that was really the focus of my paper, going through all the proofs of how this was a genocide, while also covering, how this kind of made China become such a powerful country that no one kind of dares make these accusations against them.
Hey, thank you. And I commend you actually on taking a very clear kind of political stance when doing a research project, since no research is devoid of political aspects, even from the point of the researcher or the topic involved. So that's very courageous of you. I think what's interesting when looking at kind of parallels, especially in that kind of the part of history, like the early 20th century, and how communism implemented certain kinds of land reforms around, I'm more familiar with the Soviet Union side of things, and how that resulted in mass death. And like with this intent to kill, like obviously if you have false tribunals that result in the kind of murder of people, as you put it, then there is a kind of intent to kill a certain social group. Whether or not you can kind of classify it as a genocide in terms of usually the ethnic and cultural identity side of things is slightly more interesting, and I think you could go into that a little more. But when it comes to like this intent, and when it comes to land reforms especially, do you think that it's fair to say that the intent was to cause genocide of the land reform itself? For example, you talked about Holodomor in Ukraine, similar thing happened in Kazakhstan with collectivization of land. And essentially, you also got to a massive famine there, but part of that was because the way that the land was redistributed meant that the people who had, and also livestock more important in Kazakhstan, the people who had the kind of expertise in looking after that kind of livestock were seen as the bad ones, because they were usually like the leader of a group, a family group, or I don't want to say tribal group, but like a extended family group, and they were taken away, and then people who were being moved from the rest of the Soviet Union were given power over this, and they didn't know how to work the land. So this huge amount of death happened. You could say it's a genocide also, but do you think that it is? Like, how do you see this intent in the reform itself?
Yeah, so I'd say that the thing you're referencing, actually, I would say it happened in China. The mass famine that it was caused, I believe, 1960, and I would kind of credit this to this kind of reform where, along with this redistribution, they kind of attempted to industrialize the entire country very rapidly. And there is kind of like, it's hard to determine if this was just a horrible decision on the leadership's part, resulting in a lot of death, or if it was a genocide. But for this specifically, there was so much hate speech conducted to the landlords, and their deaths occurred before any kind of effect of famine could be caused, which is why I believe in this specific case it was explicitly. Although in the laws that were declared, they explicitly also stated that this was not, that landlords weren't supposed to be killed, they were supposed to be kind of like reintegrated to society. That didn't happen. There are speeches where Mao Zedong explicitly says that they should be killed. So it's I believe, very obvious that there was intent to kill landlords specifically. As for the rest of the Chinese population that suffered because of this, I don't believe it was a genocide. I just believe that Mao Zedong had no remorse or kind of held any value to human life.
All right, thank you very much. So now we only have 2 remaining presentations for session 1, but we'll go ahead and move those to session 2. And I believe it's lunchtime now, everyone. So we'll meet here 1:05. See you.
Seems to be working. So is it true there's no Latvians here at all? You're here. Your teacher's somewhere. I have a pile of playing cards for you. Could you please take one? One each. Just hand them out, one card for everyone. So you don't need to be seated for very, very long. We have prepared a short competition for you, or a game where I have hidden 4 QR codes out in the nature. And you need to scan the QR code and answer the questions. And this is all done in international teams, so you need to talk to each other and get to know each other a bit so the questions become easier. The time is a bit short for this, so please don't stop and Google one question for 15 minutes, because then you won't have time for everything. It's okay to not answer everything, but you get to at least walk around and see the nature and talk to people. In order to divide you into groups, we have handed everyone a playing card. If someone's still without one, you can get one from Monica. I already gave the Latvian cards, and so they are being passed forward. And there will be more instructions on the wall according to your playing card. So there's on this wall we have those with hearts on, then we have the diamonds, the clubs, and then clovers. Try to find your own group and your paper on the wall and follow the instructions on the paper. And one more thing before you get up. The time scale is everything ends at 13:40. After that, nothing gets sent in anymore, and you need to return to the school. Thank you.
Alla finländare som inte har spelkort, så kom och ta.
Welcome everyone to the afternoon session of Tuesday's session. We're going to be starting with two of the presentations from the morning session. We're going to be beginning with...
welcome to the stage, Christian Joel Paas from Estonia. So.
Greetings everyone, my name is Christian Joel Paas and the topic of my research paper is autobiographical elements in Mati Unt's Via Regia, and my supervisor was Katriin Valdre. The main objective of my research paper was to show Mati Unt's work from another angle, so that potential readers of my research paper could understand the work on a different level and understand the other kind of angles you can look at let's say a book and how to analyze it. And the second part of it is to find out mainly what parts of his life did he use, and mainly answer the question of specifically what parts did he use and maybe why he specifically used his life so much in his books. The main structure of my research paper is divided into two parts, the theory and then the analysis. The analysis is two parts, with the first part being about Unt's own life from childhood until his departure from Tartu in 1972. Everything after that is not included because it is mainly not really important to the analysis, because it is kind of not really related to the topics or the story that happens in the novella. And then the second part mainly explains how to analyze autobiographical elements in books and what are just how overall, just to study it. And then the analysis, which shows the results and the similarities between his own life and the novella. But before that, I will talk a little about the author and the book itself. Mati Unt was an Estonian essayist, novelist, and theater director who has written many famous books in Estonia, like The Autumn Ball, Things in the Night, Empty Beach, and many more that are considered nowadays Estonian classics. He has 3 of his novels have been made into films, 2 that I named, The Autumn Ball and Empty Beach being 2 of those. He has received many of the most highest Estonian literary awards for his creative works, and he has been also credited for being instrumental in bringing avant-garde theater to post-Soviet Estonia, and has been also translated into multiple languages like Swedish, Finnish, Latvian, Lithuanian, English, and so on. Then the novella itself, Via Regia, was published in 1975, and mainly talks about Heinrich Holla, who is retelling his friend Illimar's story. And the main driving force of the story is that Heinrich Holla believes that Illimar was so important to 1960s theater and culture that he deserves to be remembered for the great things he did. And it also mainly focuses then on the theater parts and a lot about the theory during 1960s Estonia, specifically Tartu. And it won the Friedebert Douglas Novella Award in 1976, which is still to this day the most prestigious novella award an author can get in Estonia. Then the results of the analysis, it showed clearly that he has heavily used his own life in the creation of the story, mainly in the milieu, or the kind of the descripting world of the parts. So let's say the setting, the time, all of that is really similar to, let's say, how things happen in his own life. Let's say some of the places that are similar, let's say Rajooni Linte, or directly translated as district town T, which is very similar to the Estonian city Tartu. Then also the Rajooni theater, which bears resemblance to the theater Vanemuine. Then also in the story, the kind of the childhood town of the main 2 characters bears resemblance to the village where Mati Unt himself grew up, not specifically like in the size or the kind of like the population, but more how it is geographically placed in the world and how far it is actually from the main big city. Then the characters have bear resemblance with the both main characters being very similar to Wint himself. He kind of divided himself into two, with one character being the literary side of him and the other being the theatrical or the theater interested one. And then also like the characters Felix and Asta, with Felix being associated, found similarities with Jan Tooming and Evald Hermaküla, who are now both passed away famous Estonian actors and theater directors themselves, who during their time brought in a lot of new and modern ideas into Estonian theater, what are still being used nowadays heavily by new and young directors. And then Asta being similar to Mare Puusepp, who was for some time the wife of Mati Unt. Then some of the events that are similar in the book being, let's say, a childhood grudge that Heinrich and Ilmar have between themselves. It is similar to what happened pretty much one-to-one with one that Mati Unt himself had with a classmate when he was like in the 3rd grade or something. Then there's also the similarity that Mati Unt, like Heinrich and Ilmar, both moved from a small town to a big city to go to high school and further their education. Then but in the end of the story, there's also the extramarital affair that happens between a actor and Asta when she cheats on Ilmar. It is similar to with Mati Unt himself, who found out that Mare Puusepp cheated on him. And then also in the end, there's the reaction of when Heinrich kind of shares this kind of memorial writing that he made of Ilmar, then how the people around him react to it very negatively and saying that this is completely trash and that you do not publish this, is like horrible. It's similar with Mati Unt when he wrote the first draft of the story. It had all the autobiographical people in it, so it was like this person said that, and it was the real people kind of being made to say, you said this, and it's truth. And they also suggested to burn. Specifically, one said, burn this paper. This is horrible. And then the conclusion, Unt heavily used his own life in the creation of Via Regia, and which can be seen from the world, the characters, and the events that take place in it. Then he also, in the kind of way why he used it, he may have used it to kind of retrospectively look back on his life, which he did with a previous novel before this, which he admitted in a letter to himself, to a friend. And then he also may have used autobiographical elements because he thought that this kind of thing that happened between him and the other people in the 1960s was so important that it had to be shared with, let's say, other Estonian people. And just to get it able to be published, he probably kind of gave it a little bit of like a literary twist on it, so it wouldn't look so like one-to-one to real life. But yeah, that's it. I thank you for your attention, and I am open for questions.
Okay, so one question from your reviewer. So you probably had some kind of your own opinion about how Mati Unt's life was reflected in this novella. So, but how, what kind of new things did you find out while writing this paper?
Thank you for the question. I had some already previous knowledge before because I went to school in the same village Mati Unt grew up in, and my literature teacher is a big fan of him. So I already knew some of the things, like the childhood grudge, I had heard that before, but some of the more specific later things that happened in his life I did not know. So it was more of just like the childhood things, because there are still people alive who, knew him, and like even my mother has met him and has a story about how she met him, and So there's like previous knowledge, but the specific details and some of the more, let's say, nicer, not more, let's say, dirtier aspects of what happened were not known for me.
Thank you so much. I'm interested in this method. Like why is it important? You have looked at novella and looked at how you can find autobiographical elements and similarities between the author and the story. What do you think this can bring, this method, in literature studies?
Thank you for your question. I thought when creating this research paper that as Matti Unt was a very modernist person, and a lot of his novels are mainly modernist or postmodernist, and with a lot of these more abstract kind of literary flows of like art, they kind of, they a lot of times they're so abstract, and like the only thing kind of coming or like holding them with reality is the author themselves. For example, in art, you're gonna enjoy a Rothko painting much more if you know how his life or what event led to this painting. So I think with this novella, you will kind of have a more enjoyable experience knowing what led to the this writing of this, and how it is like a retrospective look on from Matti Unt. So it's kind of like how does he think about what happened back then, and as he's matured and now is kind of completely different person. So it just kind of becomes more mature look at it. Is that understandable question? Answer for it?
Thank you, Christian. Next up, we have welcome to the stage Simona Smith from Latvia.
Hello, my name is Simon Schmidt, and I have noticed that young people nowadays tend to listen to music while doing their homework, schoolwork, and music can affect concentration both positively and negatively, so the number of learning tasks completed can vary depending on the volume of the music played. Therefore, I chose the topic, the effect of music volume on time management of 18-year-old students at Jurmo State Gymnasium. And the aim of the scientific research paper is to find out the effect of different levels of music volume on the performance of learning tasks. And the hypothesis of the research paper is that the louder the music a student is listening to, the less educational assignments a student completes. And to achieve this objective, a number of work tasks needs to be completed. The first one is to analyze scientific literature and internet sources, then familiarize the study participants to the course of the research, then to summarize the results of the study's participants after the study. The last one is to compare and analyze the obtained data. In the theoretical part of the scientific work, the influence of background music on the cognitive performance, multitasking, time management, and sound perception was analyzed. And to determine the effect of music volume on the ability to complete as many learning tasks as possible in a given amount of time, an experiment should be carried out, and the experiment involved 23 Jurmo State Gymnasium students from 12th grade who have reached the age of 18. And the students completed 4 worksheets with reading tasks. The first worksheet was done in silence, and the measured loudness was 45 decibels. The second worksheet was done to quiet music with a loudness of 58 decibels. The third worksheet was done to medium loud music with a loudness of 72 decibels. And the fourth worksheet was done to loud music with a loudness of 87 decibels. And the time for each worksheet was 10 minutes. And it can be seen that the best results, that is all 4 tasks completed, were achieved by doing the reading tasks in silence and listening to quiet music. Although the difference is not large, 14 participants or 61% completed all tasks with 58 decibels of loud music, while 13 people completed all 4 tasks when the reading tasks were done in silence. The lowest results are obtained with loud music, as more than a third of the participants, that is 8 people or 35%, managed to complete only 2 tasks within 10 minutes. Only 26% of respondents completed the 4 tasks, representing the lowest result of the study. And compared to the other results, 3 participants or 13% managed to complete only 1 task during the 87 decibels loud music, which is the lowest score. And during the experiment, participants moved to the rhythm of the music, which had a negative effect on concentration, affecting their ability to perform the task smoothly. And when 72 decibels loud music was played, all participants performed at least 2 tasks, demonstrating that for at least one participant, louder music helps to concentrate better than the quiet music. And as shown is in the pie chart, there is a significant correlation between the volume of the music and the number of tasks completed in 10 minutes. That is, the louder music, the fewer tasks are completed, which means the statistical data proves that when listening to loud music, the best achievable results, which is completing all 4 tasks, is lower when listening to quieter music. And starting with 72 decibels loud music, the participants found it difficult to complete the maximum number of tasks because of the distracting volume of the music, and concentration was also negatively affected, as demonstrated by the participants' body movements to the music. And by completing reading tasks without musical accompaniment and with quiet music, a fixed amount of time was spent productively, since more than 50% of the study participants completed all tasks. And the study shows that it is not necessary to perform learning tasks in silence, as the results with quiet music are not significantly different from the results obtained with reading tasks without background music. And however, in order to obtain more accurate results in replication research, in the future, aspects such as a larger number of participants, split genders, different genres of music, and different type of tasks could be taken into account. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, and I really always like that you also point out what kind of show that you have thought about what you would do next or how you would improve the study, because there are always something to improve. So really thank you for that. My question is about, so I assume you use the same participants for all the different music groups. Did you do the different tasks in kind of consecutively, so that when they had finished like with one, they immediately started with the others, or were they performed in separate at separate times?
So they had 4 worksheets, and every worksheet was done in a different level, listening to a different level of music loudness. And for example, the first worksheet was done in the silence. They had 10 minutes to complete it, and the biggest part completed all tasks. And then after, they had 10-minute break, and then I gave them a second worksheet, which was similar exercises. I gave them reading exercises, so they had to read tales and then answer 4 questions. And these questions wasn't like you couldn't answer wrong, because you have to write your opinion, so you have to think about it. And music is disturbing. And on the next day, so I didn't want them to get tired, so I gave them on the next day last 2 worksheets, and the same, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this also shows that you really thought about the study design as well and how to divide the work. So really, thanks for. Yeah.
If I may, another question. Thank you for your presentation. I'm curious if you looked, or if you were able to, from an ethics standpoint or otherwise, to see about whether or not any of your participants had any sorts of like either additional needs or like other, like maybe kind of were neurologically diverse. So if you had any people with, say, like ADHD or dyslexia or similar, and was there a difference in how the music was affecting them? Thank you.
Thank you. So I haven't thought about it, yeah. But I think that, okay, none of them had like dyslexia or something like that, but I think that it could also affect the answers and the results. So in the future, I could try it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that very interesting presentation.
Next up, we have Rihards Goldmanis from Latvia.
Hello, my name is Rihards Goldmans. I come from Latvia, and my project is about solar panel efficiency and how changing the angle from the ground can impact the efficiency. Before we get to the main project, I would like to start with how I got here. Around the world, right now we are trying to find more and more ways to get to green energy. And in my opinion, green energy is one of the best ways to, solar panels are the best ways to get green energy because there are no emissions. The only emissions are when you create the panels, and afterwards you only have to maintain them. My objective is to find the best angle from the ground so that through the year you can collect the most energy. And to achieve this task, I need to do a theoretical analysis, which will help me determine at least to have an opinion. Later on, I do an experiment where I create 3 setups, where the 4 setups where solar panels are 15, 30, and 45 and 60 degrees above from the ground. And after I also do calculations from how high the sun is in Latvia, where I'll later show the formula. I get 9.5 degrees on the shortest day of the year. On the middle days, I have 33 degrees, and on the longest day of the year, I get 56.5 degrees. Later on, I analyze the data, which I get from the experiment, and then I create some conclusions. First of all, I would like to start with how solar panel is made. It's basically a box which is made out of slabs, where there are solar cells encapsulated in transparent protector layers and a box. And then there are some other influencing factors as wind, moisturized air, temperature, which in my opinion is one of the worst reasons why solar panels degrade. And the one I'm researching is the angle from the globe. Here is the formula which I used, which I found in a scientific work, which at least I believe it is pretty accurate. Can I have full screen again? Thank you. And then there's the research steps where you explain more what I do. I create using trigonometric functions like tangent and
cosine, I create four triangles on which I will set a solar panel on, and which will help me create precise angles. Then I will create a little model where I am simulating the sun and the sun and the solar panel locations, and then I will use a multimeter to get the voltage and compare it to each other. Here is here you can see how I make one of the angles where I made 15 degrees. I used tangent and cosinus functions and made a triangle. I did all of this 4 times for different angles, and I got these results. Later on, I did the same with the sun, which was an artificial light, and I also did 3 times. Then I got these results, and then I started creating the models. In the first image, you can see the triangles on which I set solar panels. Then you can see 4 solar panel cells, which are wired in serial, so they add up the voltage, which can give me more precise results, because there are going to be a larger differences later on. Here you can see 3 setups where I have 9.5 degrees artificial light from the ground, 33 and 56.5. And here I put everything together. From the results, the most efficient was 60 degree solar panel angle from the ground. When reading the theory, this one doesn't quite align, but I would have to experiment further. And my conclusion is that in all cases 60 was the most efficient, but it leads me to conclude that in the table you can see that the voltage is growing as I increase the angle, and it leads me to believe that there may be a bigger angle, more than 60 degrees, that will be more efficient. And here are possible improvements that I could do when I repeat the experiment. As I said, try more angles. And I could actually just redo the whole experiment outside with real conditions on the actual days with more solar panels, which would boast me, I would believe, more accurate results in the real time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation and very nice pictures to describe your experimental setup. So my first question is there currently a standard angle that is used for installation of solar panels? Has this been studied before, I assume so, or is there other conclusions?
It is, but I wanted to do this on my own because when I first got to the experiment, my first thought was what angle do I need to have on my roof? Because my family and I have been thinking on installing all the panels for years, and our roof angle is 45 degrees, and we want to know if we need to change anything. Maybe add some degrees with brackets or remove. And I believe that 45 is actually the industry standard right now, but I wanted to make sure with my experiment.
Yes, I like this, that it's actually like some real life problem, and then you actually use the science and to kind of solve the problem. Yeah, maybe have a look at some literature or some other studies that what conclusion they have come to as well. But very interesting. Thank you. Mm.
Thank you for that fascinating presentation.
Yep. And next up we have Laura Karen from Estonia.
Good afternoon, dear listeners. My name is Laura Karen, and I study in the 11th grade at Tartu Jaan Poiska Gymnasium. My practical work is entitled Knitting a Haapsalu Shawl as a Form of Self-Fulfillment. My supervisor is teacher Liina Sauk. The aim of the practical work was to knit a Haapsalu shawl. A Haapsalu shawl is a knitted lace shawl that originated in the seaside resort town of Haapsalu in Estonia. The first research question focuses on self-fulfillment and its necessity. The following two questions are related to the special features of the Haapsalu shawl and its knitting techniques. The first chapter discusses self-fulfillment and how people interpret this concept and how it can acquire slightly different meanings at different stages of life. For some, self-fulfillment is simply doing well in life, while for others, it's about achieving goals. However, the journey to those goals must not be too complicated, or else the joy and sense of accomplishment may be lost. I also describe Maslow's hierarchy of needs, as you can see on the slide. At the top of the pyramid is self-fulfillment, meaning that one can only get closer to self-fulfillment once the needs of the lower levels are fulfilled. The second chapter discusses the history of the Haapsalu shawl, which is rectangular, and the Haapsalu scarf, which is square-shaped, as well as the important principles to consider when knitting them. The most important and well-known requirement for the shawl is that it must fit through a ring. A shawl consists of two parts. The first is the main pattern center, and the second part is the edge lace. I also described the period of decline in the tradition of knitting the shawl, which started in 1960. The decline occurred due to the introduction of knitting machines. Instead of traditional lace edging, tassels began to be added to the ends of the shawls. With the advent of machines, there was an increasing demand for bubbles in shawls, ensuring that they were handmade, as machines still cannot perform this task. And thanks to the diligent women of Haapsalu who were interested in the old tradition of shawl, the decline period was overcome. The practical part of my written work, I describe the Haapsalu shawl workshop I attended last summer, and the practical and theoretical knowledge I gained about Haapsalu shawl and how to knit it. There are hundreds of knitting patterns of Haapsalu shawl. At the end of the two-day workshop, I completed a sample using the pattern called the Leaves of Lilac. However, I choose the pattern the Ear of Rye with flowers for my shawl, so I could knit bubbles, and I can put my handicraft skills to the test. While knitting the shawl, I kept a practice journal to track my progress. I also describe the process of completing the shawl, covering the points mentioned on the slide from B to E. and also some difficulties encountered during knitting. For example, I didn't knit a sample with selected pattern, so initially knitting the bubbles was very difficult because I didn't know how to knit the stitches that were long enough, and this caused the yarn to break, and I had to start over. All research questions were answered during the work. As a result, the half-throw shawl with the pattern of the Year of Rye was completed. I also developed my handicraft skills, and the final finished shawl measures 77 by 171 centimeters. I strongly recommend making samples because if the yarn breaks when knitting a sample, there is less damage when knitting the actual shawl. I also recommend knitting the edge lace in 2 pieces as it makes it easier to track stitches. In conclusion, it took me 103 hours and 8 minutes to knit and finish the shawl, which would make the cost of the shawl 580 euros based on minimum hourly wages. However, the shawls sold in stores for about 100 euros. And because of that, I can say 2 main roles of handicraft are to provide a hobby for the maker and act as a way of upholding tradition. Thank you for listening, and now I will demonstrate how my shawl fits through a ring.
Where did you find the supervisor whose workshop you participated in? And which materials did you have to get and which were provided by that person who taught you?
Thank you for that question. The person who taught me is my grandmother's friend, and all the materials were both by my workshop supervisor, and I paid for them.
I continue with the question about the materials as well. I have to say it looks absolutely beautiful, great work. I like knitting myself, so I applaud you. It's very thin, so it has taken a lot of work. But I have a question about the material or yarn you used. Is there a traditional kind of yarn or that is traditionally used for this shawl, or is it more kind of free that it can be any material? And what material did you use for your shawl?
I used merino villane. Yes. Mistä vaivissa näet? Just anything more? Thin. Anything more? Okay. Yes. Oh. Yarn.
Yeah. So, okay. So it's traditionally made of wool. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I continue? Laura. I wanted to continue, if that's okay. Again, it's a beautiful, beautiful scarf. I wondered more about this tradition of this knitting, and I know that with the sweaters, the knitted sweaters in Iceland, in Norway, in Ireland, they also have a tradition. They are supposed to look a certain way, they are supposed to follow a certain pattern, and there's a long history of it. Do you know anything about the history of the Haapsalu shawl?
So at the beginning of the 19th century, Haapsalu got a mud-based spa, basically, and a lot of people came there to spend their summers. And this is when this tradition really took off, because people really liked the shawls that the local women had made, and I guess it's a nice light thing to wear as well during the summer. So this is when the tradition took off, but you know, probably was there a lot earlier as well.
Hey, it's not a question. I just want to say that that's such a beautiful, beautiful piece, and it's so wonderful to see young people continue these kind of traditional handicrafts. And I think I also do some handicraft stuff, and I think it's really interesting that you looked at the amount of hours versus how much it's sold in the shops. And really, I think for making something that beautiful with that fine work, you should get more than 500 euros for it. This isn't minimum wage work. This is something that is so special, and I commend you for taking that tradition and continuing it, and I hope that in the future you also pass it on to someone else. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful shawl, and thank you for that interesting presentation.
Next up we have Simon Bergström and Walter Björklund from Finland.
Hello. Okay, so we're going to tell you a little bit about corrosion. So specifically about the corrosion of iron nails during different circumstances, and we have conducted two experiments regarding these different conditions that we have put the iron nails in. And so the theory is that corrosion happens when a metal oxidizes, and it loses electrons and creates metal oxides. And we have specifically researched the iron's corrosion, which is commonly also known as rust, and it's the iron oxide there. And so in the first experiment we conducted, we put our iron nails together with other metals in water and saw how they reacted.
And then in the second experiment, we tried different solutions to see how they would react with the oxidization of the iron.
Okay, so a bit more about the first experiment. So as I said, we had different metals in there, And we had 2 control nails, and we can see them there. That's the first one. That one didn't have any water in it at all, and the other one there only had water and no other metal. And then as well we have the iron wrapped in copper and iron wrapped in magnesium. And the hypothesis is that they will react according to the reactivity series, as shown there on the picture. So the spike with copper won't corrode at all, and no, the opposite. The spike with copper will corrode, and the control spike in the water will corrode, and also the magnesium should corrode instead of the iron. And there we see the results here. So obviously the one that had no water didn't corrode at all, and the one in water did corrode. And as per our hypothesis, we see the iron nail wrapped in copper has corroded, and there we see white powder, and that's from the magnesium's corrosion. And also note that there is no water in these, and so the water had evaporated. Here is the reactions that happen with the different metals, and I'm not going to go over them. Yes. So here are some more results. As we can see, all of them gained mass, and that's partially due to errors in our measurements, but also because it bound air from the environment.
Then we have experiment 2 with the different solutions. So we had zinc sulfate, we had its hydrogen chloride, and H2O and cooking oil. So our hypothesis was that the zinc chloride might be used as an offer anode and give electrons to the iron, which would stop it from rusting. Then the hydrogen chloride, we thought it's acid, so that might change the outcome. And the H2O, we know from experience that it will rust. So we used the same type of nail. It was a non-plated nail, so it was pure iron. Yeah, I kind of went through that already. But the cooking oil, we thought that it's high density and oxygen cannot be precipitated through the cooking oil, which would stop it from corroding. And then we have our results. So the zinc sulfate turned out to not give any zinc to the solution, so it did not help at all, which made it corrode. Because the sulfate, zinc sulfate molecule is strong enough to keep its oxygen atoms. The hydrogen chloride had the largest reaction, which you will see later in our other results. And then you can see the cooking oil. I don't know how well you can see it, but there's no rust on it, which yeah. These are the reactions. As you can see, the hydrogen chloride reacted the most. It had 2 different ones, one on oxidation as a corrosion, and then one where it might have produced some hydrogen gas, which we are not certain of, but it's a possibility. These are our results. As you can see, the hydrogen chloride reacted absolutely the most, which is we think is due to the reaction that produces hydrogen gas. And the one in cooking oil, unfortunately, that is in Swedish, but I think you can understand what the point is. The one in the cooking oil did not corrode at all, as we hypothesized. And yes.
Okay, so in conclusion, the presence of other metals affect the corrosion of iron, and we could unfortunately not draw too precise conclusions as we had some pretty major flaws in our measuring. Yeah, and they do react according to the reactivity series.
Then we have our areas and areas of improvement. So all the water evaporated from the experiment number 1, which is a problem because then the nails can't corrode even further, which in turns makes the which kind of ruins the whole test. More precise weighing would help a lot, since we didn't clean the nails before weighing them, which will have a difference in results. Then we also assumed that all nails, we weighed one of the nails, not all of them, so a small difference could be between them, which also could change the result. Improper cleaning of the nails is one of the biggest issues. Before weighing the result of the nails, we did not clean the rust off the nails, which in turn made it like you could not see the actual difference. You can see kind of, but not as exact as we would have liked. And these are our sources and literature.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting to do these kind of experiments that kind of demonstrate where you practically see what, like, for example, these reactivity series really mean. My question for you is kind of more a general one. So you have this very nice, straightforward experiment, but you also noticed and nicely were able to correct some errors in the experimental design. Most of the experiments you do will not work out the first time, so that is how it is. But my question is, what would be the kind of real-world applications of this, or like what do we benefit from this knowledge? Do you have any examples of that?
Well, sometimes, or quite often, we use iron in our construction or in other places, and we just don't want it to corrode because then it will lose all its properties. And so then we can look at the data and introduce some things that help it from not corroding. For example, if something is underwater, there's a lot of water there, so we may put another metal on top, and yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. Just to kind of continue with that, because in archaeology we find a lot of iron, and this is just like, you might find it cool. There was a case where some cannonballs were taken up from a sunk ship, and they were first preserved, like the iron cannonballs were first preserved in like the 60s in some sort of compounds, and later on they started exploding because of how the iron had been sealed. There was a built-up of pressure inside because of chemical reactions, and then it just went off, and they had to find a way of redoing that. So it might be something that you find interesting to look into later. I think it was from the Mary Rose, but I might be wrong. But thank you for your presentation, and yeah, archaeology has applications for it also, so thank you.
Thanks for another very interesting presentation.
Next up we have Markus Mortensson and Joakim Hagström from Sweden.
Hello? Yes.
Hello? Oh, well, it works. Yay!
Yay!
Oh, a small applause. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Go ahead. Let's start.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, focus on the car. Now, adjust your view to the rear. Let me introduce you to the spoiler. I, Joakim Hagström, and my colleague, friend, and also classmate, Markus Kalén Mortensson, asked ourselves the question, what happens if we change its most basic trait, its size. Let's talk spoilers. First and foremost, what is a spoiler?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about a little bit about what is a spoiler, and you can see it. It's the small aerodynamical element you see at the rear of the car, placed above the rear window. That's the spoiler. But you also need a little bit of basic physics and aerodynamics to understand what we're going to talk about today. So here I have a picture. The first thing I need to talk to you about is drag and air resistance. And it's when air creates a force that's opposing the car that's traveling in a direction. And it's usually formed in the high pressure area, which you can see in the front, in the red arrows, and the low pressure area in the rear, which a vacuum is created. That's the kind of blue area. And that's what we're going to focus on today. Another thing that's important to understand is how the forces and air also can lift or push the car to the ground. This is what we call lift, as shown in the picture, or downforce. And it's usually created by the air either is directed upwards after the car, and it's usually pushed down in downforce then, or directed downwards, as we see on the picture, and it's created lift. The last part I need to talk about is turbulence and laminar flow. We can see on the picture that the air on top of the roof and in front of the car is traveling in straight, perfect lines, and that's laminar flow, and it's very good because it has low resistance and high airspeed. And then you have turbulent flow, and that's what we see at the rear of the car, where the air just go all over the place. And that's what we call vortexes. And those create resistance and therefore also create drag. Now, let's see. How does this work? There we go.
All right, so here's how we conducted our experiment. We had a sort of makeshift styrofoam wind tunnel that we used, and we also had a leaf blower here that provided the airflow inside of the wind tunnel. Here you can see the contraption from the wind blower's perspective, and here you can see how our car models that we also have with us today, how they were mounted to a dynamometer, which gave us the air resistance the readings. We will get to those very shortly, but this is how we conducted our experiments. We first began by mounting the car inside inside of the wind tunnel. Then we turned on the leaf blower and then slowly increased the output until max output was reached. The airflow was measured to be around 15 meters per second at that point in time. The car would be affected by the airflow, it would be pushed back, and then we would get a reading out of the dynamometer. That reading was documented, and that leads us to the results. We conducted two tests separate from each other. So we have the blue is from test 1, and the orange one is from test 2. Here you can see where we tested with no spoiler on the car. Here is with the normal spoiler, the normal size spoiler for the car. And here is what happened when we enlarged the spoiler. The first reading that we got, or that is very clear to us, is that the large spoilers how the large spoiler got affected by the air resistance was it varies slightly. It's mostly prominent with the orange here, where you can see that it's a lot more. But the second thing to mention here is how the no spoiler and the normal spoiler, they're kind of similar to each other. This might be because with the normal spoiler that we used, it has two slits in it, which would allow air to pass through it and not catch as much air. And the last result that I have to mention is how how the no spoiler car behaved inside the wind tunnel, it was very difficult to measure because it always went flailing around. And this tells us that it was very affected by the turbulence inside of the wind tunnel. And these two cars with the spoiler, they weren't affected as much. But now, Marcus, you have something to say about this?
Yeah, can I have there we go. I'm gonna talk a little bit about this in detail, since the results we just showed us we did in real life. But this is a computer simulation. I've done some computer simulations, and this is called CFD, or Computational Fluid Dynamics. And all you need to know is that you use the 3D models of these just in the computer and put it in a program, and it'll simulate airflow around it. I'm going to show you 3 pictures, one of each car, and I'm going to show you what to look for and the important parts. So here we go. Let's see. There we go. Here we'll start looking at the normal spoiler. And the first thing we're going to look at is this blue vacuum here, and this is the vacuum behind the car. Notice the size, and it kind of has one tail, if you can call it that, behind it. Then you compare that to the large spoiler, and you can see it's split in 2, and a fair amount of bit larger. If you compare it to the car with no spoiler, you can see that there is almost no vacuum behind it. And this is the reason we think that it's probably the reason that the drag is lower on the car with no spoiler and larger on the car with a large spoiler. Another thing that is to be observed from this is the air wake behind it. It's the large square behind it that you can see where the air is affected. And you can see that on the normal spoiler and on the large spoiler, the air wake is fairly level to the grid that you can see. But if you look at the no spoiler car, it's pointing downwards. This is probably what we see here is lift, that the car is lifting from the ground, and this is probably what's causing the instabilities in the wind tunnel. And that's about it. Joachim, take the conclusion.
So, what happens when you change the spoiler size? If you increase the size, you will hence increase drag, and which is perhaps due to the enlarged vacuum or because the enlarged spoiler will catch more air. If you decrease size, however, you will decrease drag, and you will get a sort of trade-off between decreased drag, but also decreased stability, as we could see with the car without a spoiler. This, all summarized, says that depending on the spoiler size, you might get a trade-off between drag and stability and control. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when you change the size of the spoiler. Thank you.
Doesn't. Oh, here we go. Thank you. I think my colleagues will have comments after me. I just quickly want to say thank you for a fun presentation, and thank you for really good visuals again.
Thank you again, and I like that you use 2 different methods to study both computational and then empirical in-person experiment. My question is maybe to clarify a bit, what was your kind of original aim or thought behind? Was it just to understand how spoilers work, or what was the kind of research question that you started off with?
See, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's working. Well, our original aim was just to understand what the point of a spoiler is, because you see it on cars all over the place today, but no one really knows what they're for. So we just thought it would be fun to understand why do we have spoilers.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. Is it really so that
Yeah, so one of the sources that we found that talked about spoilers, they more had a hypothesis that they laid up in the discussion that the spoiler, if a car didn't have a spoiler, then that could lead to decreased stability and decreased control over the vehicle. And that's also a motive that we had to conduct these tests, to like just see, okay, is what they're saying valid? And I would say that yes, they had something with what they said. The normal spoiler is closer to the spoiler that we had on this car, the big, because it's more proportional to the car. We used this as the base, and this was then the original model, and then we used that to then get the enlarged spoiler, where we just double the size, and then we remove the spoiler completely. So this is more how cars affect in real life.
Hey, one really quick question, and also a very nice shirt. Can you speculate a little on how your research here would relate to your colleagues' research about cars in, or like slipstreams in tunnels? Because I feel like from what you were showing from your 3D, from your computational model, there's a lot of overlap that you could work with.
Yeah. I guess a way that they could like intertwine with each other is kind of how the spoiler affects the size of the slipstream, because the spoiler really does, and you could see on the pictures on the results from the CFD that the blue area behind the car was enlarged with the large spoiler, and that is also where you would kind of use in a discussion with the slipstream. So yeah. If that answers your question, they could, yeah.
Thanks for that really cool presentation.
Yep. Next up, we're going to have Unda Andersson from Latvia.
Hello. Yeah, okay. So, good afternoon. My name is Unda Andersson. I am a 12th grade student at Jurmal State Gymnasium, and today, during my presentation, I will tell you about a scientific research paper I have concluded during the last year on the subject of formation of the Latvian national identity during the 19th century. During the presentation, we're going to go through the whole progression of the Latvian national identity, briefly taking a look into history, the concept of the nationality and nation itself, the Young Latvians movement, and the development of Latvian national identity. Here is a brief review of my work. The aim of my scientific research paper was to understand the concept of Latvian national identity and its formation through the ideas of Old Latvians, Young Latvians, and Baltic Germans. And the main research questions were how did the concept of the nation form? What contribution did the Young Latvians make to the concept of Latvian nation? And what are the main ideas used in the formation of the Latvian national identity? Taking a look into the history, one of the main facts that you have to know in order to completely understand and take the information that I have in my research paper into account is that the Republic of Latvia was declared on the 18th of November 1918 after the fall of the Russian Empire and when the Communist Party of Russia took over. Before that, the territory of modern Latvia was historically split between main powers in Eastern Europe. That was up until the 1721, until the end of the Great Northern War, where the whole country was divided before by Sweden, Polish-Lithuanian country Rzeczpospolita, and the Russian Empire. And the Russian Empire completely took over the Latvian territory. Main sources of influence were Russians and Baltic Germans that were in the territory in the beginning of the 13th century, in the beginning of the Christianization process in the Baltic region. And the territory was inhabited before by 5 ethnic groups that later on evolved into a nation. 4 of those groups were ethnically always there. And one of those groups was a Finnish group called Lībieši, or Līvi in Latvian, that migrated and mostly lived their life along the northeast coast and northwest coast of Latvia. The territory of the Baltic states historically is a sphere of influence in regards of the Baltic Sea, both militarily and in terms of trade, just because it gives access to all the countries near the Baltic Sea and gives the access to the Atlantic Ocean. And the Baltic region was considered to be one of the most intellectually evolved regions in Europe, and we're going to talk about that later. So, in order to completely understand the concept of a Latvian nation, we have to understand what is a nation. First ideas about the concept of nation are found in the 18th century, and the term nationalism was first used by Johann Gottfried Herder to define a strong bond between an individual and a community, people, and the land where one lives. The basis of the nation and nationalism movements consist of folklore, language, and other aspects which are determined by the values of the forefathers of the certain nation that are agreed upon and relevant to that certain community. From that, we can conclude that a nation is a community that is based on the same or similar ethnic and historic background that is united by culture, folklore, and language, as well as by the virtues of forefathers that are relevant to the society. And 2 of the main examples of a national movement are the Declaration of Independence in the United States and the French Revolution. So now that we move on from the term nation up to the Latvian nation, the term young Latvians is used regarding the time period from 1850 up until 1880s, considered to be the peak of their influence to denote the first ever nationally oriented individuals and their groupings. The most influential one was the Tarbata University community, Tarbata University being the basis of the University of Tartu. And the young Latvians made the biggest contribution to the Latvian national identity and intellectual development of the territory and the society living there. So now we move on to the development of the Latvian national identity and the story of it. So excluding the folklore and the Latvian language, intelligence and intellectual growth, education was one of the core values that Latvian nation was based on. The Baltic region was considered one of the most intellectually developed regions in Europe just because most of the people living there knew already how to read and how to write. That had also progressed during the Middle Ages, during the Christianization process of the Baltic Germans. And there are visible similarities between young Latvian movement and Reformation, Age of Enlightenment, specifically in the ideas of education. And also the main objective set by the young Latvians, as I mentioned before, was to free the society from the Baltic German and Russian influence in the region. Just because historically they were always kind of more up than other people living there, the ethnic groups. As of 1923, up until 1923, I think 90% of the whole land was owned by Baltic Germans, and the other 10% only were owned by Latvians. So now you see the covers of 3 books, actually, that I took into account in my scientific research paper. I analyzed these certain books. These books are written by 3 young Latvian movement participants, if you could call them like that. One of them is Attis Kronvalds, Kronvald Attis, who had opposed the opinion of Baltic Germans that Latvians are uneducated and don't deserve a country or a specific title. And most of the opinions that were mentioned from the Baltic Germans and from the Russians is that Latvians are a nation. They are a community, but they do not deserve a certain status or country. So yes, this is the literature used. And in conclusion, although the Young Latvians movement is considered to be a nationalist movement of the Latvia's nation, but it is not a direct reference to the Republic of Latvia. Rather being a cultural unification of ethnic groups in the region that became the basis of the Latvian country about 30 to 40 years later, as the movement ended in 1880, and the Republic of Latvia was declared in 1918. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for a confident and well-presented speech. I just want to comment that I think your choice of literature is very good. If you hadn't already used Benedict Anderson, I would have suggested that you should. Potentially also Brubaker, maybe Wimmer. They often write about nations in Europe specifically. As for questions, do you have a question? You continue.
I can continue, I guess, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Like, really nice presentation. And I find, like, I know very little of this history. It's a little late for me, but I really wonder that you mentioned this kind of focus on intellectualism, and it's interesting how it kind of exists as a almost like an oppositional thing to this putting down by the Baltic Germans and the Russians about Latvian people. And I just I'm interested like in 2 things. One is in a lot of the rest of Europe there was a lot of identity building into like relationship to land through history, and I wonder how much of that is part of this. And the other thing you mentioned was about the Christianization process. So I'm guessing this is like the Crusades into the Baltics.
Yeah,
exactly. And how like how is that perceived? That's the that kind of thing, that you have this invader that comes in with this new religion, but then there's the positive about the literacy, and how do people nowadays view that?
Well, you see, it's actually very funny in that sense, because, well, there were a few Baltic Germans that were not opposing the opinion of young Latvians, and they were kind of aiding them with their opinions, and that's kind of funny that they turned their backs on them, and now the Baltic Germans and the Russians are bad. Russians weren't so bad in the beginning. They were bad only when they became communists. But in the beginning, Baltic Germans were the main enemy, and that was basically how the whole folklore of Latvians was constructed. We had epos, Lāčplēsis, which was a national story, basically that had the ideas of Lāčplēsis, which basically translates to, how would Lāčplēsis translate? Bear Slayer, right. A bear slayer is a Latvian, and then the enemy of bear slayer is a
Baltic German, basically. And the whole concept of the nationality and the cultural, I guess, identity of Latvians was constructed on that. And then again, later on, like 100 years, no, like yeah, 100 years later, the same kind of idea was used against Russians and the USSR. So I guess it works like that. Nowadays, it's not really like people give it that much of a meaning. They know it's it's something that our ancestors, I guess, used to define their cultural identity, but they do not really know the meaning behind it. Is that it? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that very cool presentation.
Yep. And now we're going to go on a short break, after which we'll continue with more presentations.
So be back at 15:30 or something. Yeah.
Perhaps a bit more than that. With your break, we are going to be continuing with more presentations shortly.
Yeah, so next up is Kirke Relv from Estonia. So welcome to the stage, Kirke.
We could wait for the auditorium to fill up with the rest of the people.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirke Relve. I'm from Estonia, Jaan Poska Gymnasium, and I did my project on the topic of upcycling the clothes left unworn. So the main objective of this project was to make a fashion collection out of 4 items using clothes in my closet and some other second-hand materials. And the main part, like the most important thing while designing it, was to use upcycling techniques. What is upcycling? Upcycling is using, taking an item and by modifying it or finding a new use for it, you increase the value of the item. And why I did this is because I want to live more sustainably and I want to reduce textile waste, at least on a personal level, and possibly inspire people around me to do so as well. The first task was to research more about this topic, and my theory is divided into 2 parts, and the first part is also divided into 2 parts. So the first part was all about discussing the issues with fast fashion, how it affects human rights, and how companies greenwash the consumers. So greenwashing is companies deceiving the consumer by making the products or themselves seem more eco-friendly than they actually are. For example, if you see a cute little bamboo textile with a cute little panda picture, then that is not eco-friendly at all. Bamboo is very, very toxic to make. You have to use a lot of toxic chemicals for it. Then I also talked about textile waste, both in Estonia, where textile waste management is almost non-existent, and in the world. So some horrific statistics for you. 100 billion tons of clothes get made every year, and 92 billion tons are thrown away. So to put it into perspective, about 1 truck full of clothes every second is going into the landfill. So that's quite a lot. And the second part was all about solutions. So I introduced the principles of upcycling. So that means that the item you make, it has to be easily repairable, wearable, washable, and possibly redesignable. So if your tastes change, you can redesign the item. And also I introduced some techniques of upcycling I was going to use for my project, such as sewing and embroidery and the history of them. Then the final part was just me describing my experience with the whole project, how I made the items, what I changed, and so on. So now I'm going to talk about the process. First, I did the research, as I already told you, and then I started getting familiar with the various techniques I wanted to use for my project. But at the same time, I also attended a fashion course in my capital, and where we learned how to upcycle different items. And there you can see on the picture an example of that. So that's a shoe made from discarded shoes, and I made it on the course. Then I started sorting the clothes from my closet, and I started sketching ideas. After that was done, I cut the material and started sewing and making the items. So the fashion collection I made up with, it contained 2 pairs of trousers a crop top, and a symmetrical jacket. The total hours it took was about 50, but that doesn't consider the sketching and sorting of the materials. So here you can see the sketches I made. I'm going to show you very soon how they differ from the final products. But yes, so the first thing, I'm also wearing it right now. That's the before and after. And as you can see on the sketch, I wanted to do this little fraying beading technique, but I ended up not doing it because it was really time consuming and just not effective. So I decided to go with the green fabric instead. And then the second set was white jeans and jacket. And for this, instead of making the jacket longer as I originally planned, I made it shorter. And for the jeans, I made it symmetrical, not as symmetrical as I originally planned. So the conclusion is that the project was successful as I completed all of the 4 items. I didn't have any previous experience in making such items and designing a whole fashion collection, so I think it was quite successful. However, I would have liked to practice more the techniques a bit more, so I would be more comfortable with them. And this is also a suggestion for the future projects to plan more time for it, because I didn't account for the time it would take to unravel the stitches and the mistakes I made because I didn't have a lot of experience. And another suggestion I would make is that maybe to capture the artistic vision a bit more, a person should think of a theme for the whole collection, so that artistic vision really shows better and the whole collection is just more complete. So that's about it. Thank you for listening. I'm open to all questions.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. My question is more general and at a larger scale. So now when you have studied or read about upcycling, do you have any suggestions or vision on how like upscaling can be, cycling can be scaled so that it could be, for example, scaled for larger production? So like now you did upcycling yourself and sewing, and it took a lot of time. Do you have a vision or something of how it could be actually then scaled and used more widely?
Thank you for your question. Yes, for example, in Estonia, there's a designer named Reet Aus who does this on a mass production level, and she takes clothing waste and the textile waste from fast fashion companies and makes new items out of them. So that's one way to make it more wide scale. On a personal level, I plan to go on a fashion school, and this is like one of my main missions, to make a more clothes made out of textile that's already made and not use any new items. Thank you.
May I continue? Or do you have a question there first?
I was interested in the textile waste, that because when you were upcycling your clothes, what did you do with the waste?
Thank you for the question. I try to make as minimal waste as possible, and the only things I threw away were little pieces of thread that couldn't go anywhere, but all the smaller waste I collected in a jar and I made a pincushion out of them. And all the bigger pieces I just kept, and I'm planning to use them for future projects. Thank you.
I was actually going to ask the very same thing, but I'm also interested in, did you have to get any special new appliances or skills? Did you need a sewing machine, for example? And I want to say that I love the fish shirt especially, and I think you have an eye for the proportions and the shapes. I like them very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I did not have to buy any new appliances or anything because I already owned a sewing machine, but I did have to learn some new skills, as I previously mentioned, like there is I think sashiko, which is like embroidery, but like Japanese style, and it's more geometric, and I used it on the jacket piece, so that's something I had to learn.
One small question from me. Also, I agree, like, your outfit is stunning, and really good luck for the future. I think you have a fantastic eye for design. My question is about how, at least I've noticed in clothes that I've purchased over the years, how the quality of material has been kind of going down, even if you aren't buying like from online fast fashion, Temu or whatever it is. And not just the material, but also the way that the cut of the fabric for the clothing is aligned to the fabric. And has that, do you think, impacted on what you can do with upcycling? And do you think it's easier to upcycle vintage clothing that might be better made or from better materials versus modern ones?
Thank you. Yes. So that's actually a really good question, because like all the clothing that's made with more quality material is a lot more easier to upcycle. For example, if I was sorting my clothes, there was just some pieces that I couldn't upcycle because they were made so poorly, or many pieces put some kind of extra layers into the seams, so it stays thicker. For example, for this shirt too, so there's a lot of synthetic material, and often it's like glued together, and you can't really like take it apart and use it for something new. So definitely, yes, older and good quality clothing is easier to upcycle. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, a very relevant topic indeed.
Yes, absolutely. And the next presentation is going to be presented by August Stonit, Rebecca Latvynet, and Rapolas Jurgelenas, all from Lithuania. So welcome to the stage, the trio from Lithuania.
Hello. Today we're gonna present you filter mediation in wheat. I'm Augusta, this is Rapolas, and Rebecca. So what is phytoremediation? It's the use of plants to remove contaminants from the soil. The importance of phytoremediation, so it cleans the soil and you can reuse it later. It's also very cost effective and it keeps the heritage of local plants.
So this is our research.
These are my growing conditions. My plants were exposed for 16 hours a day, and it was watered 40 milliliters 3 times a week, and they were grown in a greenhouse at 20 degrees Celsius.
So this is my, this is how I grew my plants. I grew my plants I exposed them to light every day for 13 hours, and I watered them with 40 milliliters of water every 3 days a week, and the room was maintained in 20 degrees Celsius.
This is my growing condition. Plants were exposed to light for 13 hours 3 times a week, every day. 20% more water for wheat, so plants were watered with 48 of water instead of 40 millimeters. the room was maintained in a stable 20 temperature. Plants were grown in a box.
So these are my results. As you can see, there's a change in zinc, and there are also slight changes in lead and copper.
So these are my results. My soil before had less than it had after. So that shows that my water had contaminants in it.
Mine didn't change really, especially zinc. Plumbum has one of the biggest change.
So in conclusions, the levels of lead and zinc change the most in the soil, and there are also slight changes in copper, and it also shows that the primary accumulators of heavy metals were roots.
So my soil showed significant changes in zinc and significant changes in lead before and after phytoremediation. Copper levels didn't change, experienced a slight change as well. Interestingly, the heavy metals accumulated was in the plant's leaves, not in the roots. So it shows that my plants absorb more heavy metals in the leaves.
And my conclusion, overall, the soil showed not significant change in plumbum and cuprous levels after the experiment, with a slight decreases in zinc content. It was observed that the plant's leaf accumulated the highest concentration of heavy metals after the experiment.
So the final conclusion, with a process called phytoremediation, you can remove or reduce heavy metals from the soil. So these are the sources, and yeah.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we have heard now, was this the third presentation of the similar topic, but so again, there was some variation in the results, but instead of going to those, I will ask you actually why you have chosen to measure zinc, lead, and copper of all the heavy metals. Why these?
So basically, we chose to measure zinc, copper, and lead because these are the three most common metals found in contaminated soil.
Okay, and follow up on that, is it, do you know how persistent they are in soil in general? Are they long-lasting contaminations, or?
I believe it's, these metals don't naturally fade away from the soil. I think they get absorbed by the plants.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, and now moving on, welcome to the stage Victoria Yelisejeva and Veronika Netal from Latvia.
So, good afternoon. The topic of this work is changes in the functioning of the female reproductive system after vaccination against the COVID-19 virus. And the authors of the work are Victoria Yelisejeva and Veronika Netal, 12th grade students of Jurmala State Gymnasium. And our supervisor was Marita Gurdisha, a biology teacher at the Jurmala State Gymnasium.
So, we chose to write a scientific research paper on this topic because both of us have been vaccinated against the COVID-19 virus, And after the vaccination, we faced problems that affected our reproductive system and which appeared almost immediately after the vaccination. Therefore, we found it interesting and useful to know how big the numbers of women who face similar problems were, found out how many women experience noticeable changes in the functioning of their reproductive system after vaccination against the COVID-19, and also to investigate and analyze which organs of the reproductive system were most affected by the vaccine and how it influenced women's everyday life, well-being, and joint reproductive system function.
So, and our aim of scientific research paper was to find out what tangible changes occurred in the functioning of the female reproductive system after the vaccination against the COVID-19 virus, and how this has affected women's well-being and everyday life and quality of life in the age group from 18 to 40 years. So also our assignments was studying and analyzing available sources and information, finding out what the consequences the vaccine against COVID-19 has caused in the female body, surveyed the residents of Jurmala about the impact of vaccination on their health, compare changes in women's health in the age group from 80 to 40 years, find out the opinion of a specialist about the information found in the different information sources and the data obtained in surveys.
The hypothesis put forward by this study sounds as follows: that vaccination against the COVID-19 virus significantly affected the menstrual cycle of women. And the main aspect of our theoretical part were characteristics of COVID-19 spread and main symptoms. Structure of the female reproductive system, changes in the female reproductive system after vaccination against the COVID-19 virus, characteristics of the vaccine and their negative effects, changes in the menstrual cycle, changes and burdens for pregnant women, and the most common changes in the female reproductive system and menstrual cycle.
So, coronavirus disease or COVID-19 is an infection disease caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Several acute respiratory syndrome, SARS-CoV-2, invades a cell and uses the cell to reproduce biological machinery and release multiple variants.
At the immune response to infection diseases for women and men, bodies is markedly gender biased. The role of sex hormones and cortisol becomes so important. An increase in cortisol levels is one of the main reasons for a missed menstrual cycle. Women mount a strong immune response to antigen collagen with cells. We know that over the years, the inclusion of women in vaccine studies has been biased, and as a result, it caused unwanted high doses of vaccine being administered to women's bodies.
So after vaccination, many chemical signals circulate throughout the body that can potentially affect the function of immune cells. In particular, they can cause earlier scheduling of endometrium and thus unexpected signs of menstruation. More frequent changes were related to the menstrual cycle, which was explored in the theoretical part and later provided in empirical part.
So, our empirical part consists of survey and interview. Continuing with the first stage of the empirical part, we conduct the survey among the female citizens of Jurmala, and after analyzing the survey, we found out that 76.1% of the respondents agree with the statement that the function of the female reproductive system was significantly affected by vaccination against the COVID-19 virus. But also after our survey, we found that a minority of women experienced real changes in their reproductive system after vaccination, and for the majority, these changes were related to menstruation or menstrual cycle.
So here you can see what kind of changes were in the menstrual cycle, and also you can do charts with the survey results. There were more questions in the content of the survey, but we will put the graphs of the question that could more accurately confirm or refute our hypothesis.
And moving on the second part of the empirical part, we analyzed answers provided by the specialist and concluded that the COVID-19 can affect the female reproductive system, but it does not happen to all women, and according to the specialist experience, only for a short time, that's varies between 1 or 3 menstrual cycles. Martin Schlewenstein emphasized that each organism is individual, but agreed that after vaccination against the COVID-19 virus, some women visit a gynecologist with complaints about changes in the functioning of the reproductive system. However, we would like to highlight that the specialist completely denies the fact that these vaccines affected women's hormones. As we know, the part of the population believe in this myth as well as we did, but during our work, we also found enough information about it using various sources available on the internet, but Martin Schlewenstein is convinced that it isn't true. Also, he denied the fact that the level of the inductant changes depends on the woman's immune system, but he observed that the age of woman does matter.
So, continue with the proposed conclusions, we can say that after studying the statistical data and listening to the specialist opinion, hypothesis was overturned. Before conducting the scientific paper and doing frequent analysis, we were sure that the vaccine against the COVID-19 significantly affects the menstrual cycle of women. However, our research performed and proved that changes in the menstrual cycle occurred in only 22% of all survived women, and these changes were temporary and not significant. It practically didn't affect or change women's everyday life and well-being.
So, after we were done with our scientific work, we put forward following conclusions: that vaccine has no long-term negative effects on the female organism. And if you want to protect our health organism, we need to trust our medicine. People need to less influence themselves with popular scientific internet sources, social networking sites, influences, or what someone somewhere said, but straight away consult with a specialist on issues that concern them and show doubts about the safety and necessary of vaccines and discuss it with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I think it's very interesting that you kind of, it changed your view as well, I assume, yeah? So I would like to just out of like curiosity know that, so you mentioned, does your original hypothesis originate from your own experiences, or do you feel like it was that, like you mentioned, like social media and like these kind of false news spreading around, so did it come from there, or is it purely from your own experience?
So we experienced the changes, so we related that these changes happened only because of this vaccine, and we know that most of women thinks the similar, but to be honest, we were kind of happy that our hypothesis wasn't true in the end, because as a young women, we were stressed about how it will influence our life later, But yeah, we face some changes, like it's a delays in menstrual cycle, or another way that you have two menstruations in 1 month, and yeah.
Yeah, it's a comment still. I think you highlight a very important topic in the sense that in recent years in the medical preclinical research, I think it has become more and more evident that a lot of the studies usually have been done, for example, on male animals, and the differences between genders have not been taken into account, and this is more and more, or it's improving all the time. Did you check on how for example, the COVID vaccine was validated before it was released, and how was it, for example, studied in females equally well as in males?
Yeah, we checked some information. I can't be sure that I can answer that question correctly right now, but we read a lot of information. Also, we were shocked that we found out about 6 books that were like that in Latvian National Library about that. But to be honest, I don't remember the real numbers, how many women and how many men were concluded in these surveys, but mostly all the surveys that were done and that we read was written by some women specialists.
Hey, thank you for your presentation, and I would like to really commend you on that you go into do a scientific research paper with a hypothesis and then you prove yourself wrong. Like, that's a really important part of doing any sort of research. So it's really, really great that you have the confidence to present your results even though they aren't necessarily what you started with. So that's really, really awesome. I wanted to ask, did you see any difference between the different vaccines that were available in terms of how women were affected?
So we think that it will be kind of improvement of our research, because we know that there's different types of vaccine. For example, the Spikevax, Moderna, and Johnson. And maybe we will, in the future, try to survey maybe how every type of vaccine affects maybe. But if our hypothesis was overturned, maybe it's not necessary, for example. But we think that maybe it can affect differently, because we checked also not in ingredients kindly, but because there's different types of protein and different effects how they work in your body, because they use sometimes your cell to for this reproduction. Sometimes it's only a protein that's invades in your body. So there are a lot of difference in this vaccine types. So I think that we're also not so advanced, but maybe later when we will study lots of information, we will find maybe, so yeah.
Yeah, we found out that these vaccines are different from each other with the amount of the chemical that is inside, but we can't find the 100% sure information how how different is the impact of these vaccines. So yeah.
Right, thank you for the presentation. All right, next up is Christian Karhu from Estonia. So welcome to the stage.